Chapter 942. After sending off Admiral Adams, Earl Brooks quietly walked to David's side. Earl Brooks bowed and said, "Mighty Lord Arthur, Baron Devold wishes to see you." The news that David had come to Warstar and killed the energy clone of the half-body Spider Queen had already spread to the upper echelons of the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. As the head of intelligence, Baron Devold was naturally the first to receive this news, and one could imagine how excited he was. Ever since Lord Arthur had left Warstar, Baron Devold's days had become better, and the attitudes of the various factions on Warstar toward him had constantly changed. At the start, because Baron Devold had joined Lord Arthur, who had limitless potential, the various factions no longer made things difficult for Baron Devold, and they even took the initiative to cooperate with him. Then came the news of Lord Arthur becoming a level 5 Temple Knight and killing a level 5 shaman that had run rampant for 1,000 years. This news caused Baron Devold's status to soar. Now, any knight or noble on Warstar expressed enough enthusiasm for Baron Devold, and even a level 5 knight was no different. Thus, when he heard that Lord Arthur had come to Warstar again, Baron Devold immediately came to pay his respects. This was a show of his attitude, and it was also to convey Baron Devold's status to the outside world. "Let him in," David said with a wave of his hand. "Yes, Lord Arthur." Earl Brooks bowed and withdrew. This job should have been done by Earl Brooks's butler, but he would not let go of this opportunity to get close to Lord Arthur. Others would not have this opportunity even if they wanted it. "My lord, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to see me." Baron Devold walked into the reception room alone and bowed. Baron Devold was different from the other nobles. He was a noble who had joined David, so he could be considered one of David's vassals, so his greeting was even more respectful. "Baron Devold, take a seat." David helped Baron Devold up with a wave of his hand. Baron Devold used this opportunity to get up and sit in a chair. David smiled as he looked at Baron Devold. After drinking the heartwarming lotus seed soup, this old man had become much younger. This was probably the main reason for Baron Devold's loyalty, although the holy water of youth also had the effect of prolonging lifespan. That diluted holy water could only slightly recover an ordinary person's body. It was far too inferior to the undying life force. The heartwarming lotus seed soup, which had a wisp of undying life force, had a completely different effect on an ordinary person's lifespan and youth. Most importantly, the effects of the holy water of youth would plummet if one drank too much. David smiled at Baron Devold and said, "You've done well recently, letting me understand the situation of Warstar and the Interstellar Federation. I'm very satisfied. It is my duty to serve my lord." Baron Devold was very happy, but his expression was even more respectful. David pondered for a moment before taking out an alchemy potion bottle and handing it over. "There's a bottle of potion here. Drink it right here." Baron Durward didn't hesitate at all. He took the alchemy bottle and drank the potion without even asking any questions. He knew very well that Lord Arthur had no reason to harm him. Moreover, if Lord Arthur wanted to harm him, with the strength he had displayed today, he would not have needed to make things so complicated. As the potion entered his stomach, a warm current spread from his abdomen. Baron Devold could feel his body becoming younger. This feeling was very strange, as if time was flowing in reverse. David had only taken out a healing potion, but he had added a bit of undying life force to it. Through his precise calculations, this bit of undying life force could make Baron Devold 20 years younger. Baron Devold felt the changes in his body, and he excitedly prostrated himself on the ground. "Thank you, my lord, for your gift." David did not help Baron Devold up this time. He just said lightly, "This is a reward for your recent hard work. This time when we go back, I will use my merits to promote your title. Do well for me, and you will find that what you get is beyond your imagination." Baron Devold might not understand what David said, but Baron Devold could feel his body becoming younger. He seemed to have returned to his prime. Baron Devold sat back in his seat. His face was ruddy, and his skin was moist. It was not like the state an old man should be in. What was more striking was his eyes. The eyes were the most obvious sign of a person's age. For someone like him who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, his eyes were a little cloudy, but now his eyes were clear and bright. Compared to the heartwarming lotus seed soup he had taken last time, Baron Devold had changed even more. David sternly said, "You must send me any information on Warstar as soon as possible. The insectoid invasion in the star field of chaos is likely to weaken the great world of God's control over Warstar. Whether it's the insectoids, the Interstellar Federation, or even our own internal affairs, we must do our best to monitor the situation. I will give you the authority, and I will also have the Knight of the Taoti Temple work with you." "Yes, my lord." Baron Devold's eyes flashed. This was an increase in his authority, allowing him to extend his intelligence network into the great world of God. In the past, Baron Devold's intelligence network was focused on the Interstellar Federation, and he did not have the authority to investigate the knight and nobles of Warstar. With David's order, Baron Devold's status on Warstar rose to a whole new level, even becoming an existence second only to Earl Brooks. Baron Devold was extremely excited. He loved power, or else he would not have been able to control an intelligence network at such a young age. He felt that the best thing he had done was to submit to Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur had given him even more authority and was prepared to help him exchange for a rank 1 noble title. Baron Devold walked out of the reception room, and Earl Brooks, who had been waiting outside, narrowed his eyes. Earl Brooks had seen a clear change in Baron Devold. This youth could only be seen with a naked eye if he had taken a heavenly treasure. Baron Devold left under Earl Brooks' envious gaze. There were still many people on David's side who wanted to see him. On Planet Origin, the president's office was holding a small, high-level meeting. There were not many participants, and there were only 2 sides. One side was led by President Barnard, and the other side was led by Grand Marshal Andre. They each brought their own trusted subordinates. "Grand Marshal, what do you think about sending troops to assist the great world of God?" President Barnard asked politely, as President Barnard had only been in office for a short while, and because of David's actions, President Barnard had almost completely lost his power, so he had been extremely low-key recently. If it were not for the fact that Grand Marshal Andre needed to discuss the matter of sending troops to the Federation government, he would not have wanted to have any contact with President Barnard. According to the alliance agreement between the great world of God and the Federation, coupled with the fact that the great world of God has sent powerful knights to assist us many times, this time we must immediately send troops to assist the great world of God against the Zerg. Otherwise, the alliance agreement that has lasted for thousands of years is likely to be destroyed because of this incident. Grand Marshal Andre was well aware of the consequences if this incident was not handled well. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Federation government, Grand Marshal Andre would have directly ordered troops to be sent to the great world of God's guardian planet. "Drummond's aide, what do you think?" President Barnard did not immediately express his thoughts. He turned to Drummond's aide beside him and asked. President Barnard had no one to rely on. Although there was a scandal with Drummond's aide, he still needed the help of Drummond's aide at the moment. "President Barnard, Your Excellency Grand Marshal, the great world of God's request for help this time needs to be defended against the Guardian planet. I have made a simple map here based on the information," Drummond's aide said as he turned on the holographic screen in the president's office. On the holographic screen appeared a map of the great world of God from Tula to the Guardian planet, as well as the border, and marked the general location of the space gate. These were all gathered from various intelligence reports, and none of them were secrets. "Look, this is the space gate. The Zergs will enter from here and then split into 2. One will attack Tula, and the other will attack the Guardian planet. The great world of God's request is for us to defend the Guardian planet. That is to say, we need to send troops to defend half of the Zerg's attack. How much will we have to pay for this?" Drummond's aide spoke with fervor and assurance. "Drummond's aide, the great world of God will have a level 5 Temple Knight to cooperate with us in the defense. Besides, According to the Zerg's thirst for resources, how can the Zerg treat a poor planet with only one guardian planet with the same combat power as Tula and the countless rich planets behind it? Grand Marshal Andre said in a deep voice, "In any case, I'm the support of the opposition army. Both the Zerg and the great world of God are very powerful. The result of the battle between them is naturally the Federation's advantage." Drummond's aide said with a smile. It was clear that Drummond's aide's words were very useful to President Barnard, who nodded slightly. "I want to remind you that if we do anything that violates the alliance agreement, we will become the enemy of the great world of God. The peace that has been maintained for 10,000 years will never return. Without the common defense of the great world of God, Warstar will become an undefended loophole. An endless stream of Zerg will break through our defense line and enter the war zone, entering the peaceful area behind us." Grand Marshal Andre said, suppressing his anger. It must be known that the reason why the Zerg had rarely been able to attack the war zone was because of the great world of God's level 5 Temple Knight. If the great world of God withdrew from the battlefield or deliberately opened a passage to allow the Zerg to enter the war zone, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, who knew how many losses they would have to suffer to kill the Zerg, and how much they would have to pay to resist more Zergs that would follow? Grand Marshal Andre could not accept the short-sightedness of Drummond's aide. He could continue to sit here only to give face to the Federation government, and President Barnard did not express his opinion. Stopping the Zerg is the military's business. If you can't stop the Zerg invasion, then change to a marshal who can stop the Zerg invasion. Drummond's aide spoke very presumptuously. This was also a language skill, because Drummond's aide was only President Barnard's personal advisor. Even if he said something wrong, President Barnard could ease the situation. He was President Barnard's knife. While stabbing the other party, President Barnard could also withdraw his knife at any time. But if it was an ordinary matter, the way Drummond's aide handled it might give Grand Marshal Andre a little threat. But when it came to the survival of the Interstellar Federation, Grand Marshal Andre had no intention of indulging Drummond's aide. "President Barnard, what's your decision?" Grand Marshal Andre stopped looking at Drummond's aide and turned to President Barnard and asked, "Grand Marshal Andre, I need to convene a joint presidential meeting to discuss this matter before making a decision." President Barnard said in a bureaucratic tone. President Barnard's meaning was obvious. That was delay. He wanted to delay the request for help for a while. When the Zerg occupied the Guardian planet, everything would be too late, and there would be no need for the Interstellar Federation to send troops. Grand Marshal Andre slowly stood up, and the two generals behind him, as well as his adjutant, also stood up. "President Barnard, according to the Wartime Act, now that the situation could deteriorate into a full-scale war at any time, I announce the implementation of the Wartime Act. If the Federation president can't guarantee military supplies, the army will take over the government." Grand Marshal Andre looked coldly at the newly elected president and announced in a deep voice, "Grand Marshal Andre, you have no right to do this." Drummond's aide jumped up and shouted, "Drummond's aide, have you seen the Zerg? Do you know the danger of the Zerg?" Grand Marshal Andre glanced at Drummond's aide and asked coldly. Without waiting for Drummond's aide to answer, he waved his hand and said to Jikwal's adjutant behind him, "Send Drummond's aide to the front line of Battlestar and let him participate in the defense against the Zerg with the frontline soldiers." After saying this, Grand Marshal Andre turned and left. The aura of the Federation's countless troops shrouded the entire president's office, and President Barnard did not dare to say a word. It was only now that President Barnard understood the terror of the Federation's Grand Marshal, but he could do nothing about Grand Marshal Andre. As early as the establishment of the Interstellar Federation, the military and the government were two different lines. The military protected the Federation and was restricted by the Federation government's military budget. The Federation government could influence the military to a certain extent. The Federation government had no right to order the military, and the military had no right to interfere with the work of the Federation government. This made the military subject to the government's supervision, and the only way the government could deal with the military was through military funding. But as long as it was wartime, the military could take over everything in the Federation until the end of the war. Grand Marshal André said that this was a wartime state, which was a bit premature, but as a Grand Marshal, no one dared to question his judgment on the war. In other words, Grand Marshal André saw the danger of the Federation and believed that the Federation government was not enough to deal with the danger, so the military intervened. Chapter 943. The military was very fast, and after a fruitless discussion with President Barnard, they immediately announced the start of wartime and implemented the wartime law. At the same time, the military also followed up with a large amount of propaganda, and the Pan-Human Alliance's promotional video was played on a loop on all major media outlets. The conscription order and the recall order for veterans were also issued at the same time. All the citizens of the Interstellar Federation felt the aura of war coming, and the military frequently mobilized a large number of space fleets for various star fields, which also increased the war atmosphere in the Interstellar Federation. The terrifying Interstellar Federation military, in just 6 hours of preparation, was ready to participate in a super war in terms of war calls, military mobilization, logistical supplies, public opinion, and so on. Grand Marshal André, who was in charge of all this, had an even greater reputation. In particular, someone had spread the news that President Barnard was afraid of war, causing the Federation government, which had just stabilized, to lose even more popular support. Perhaps President Barnard and Drummond's aides, who were professional politicians, had no intention of harming the Federation, but their goals were different, and they also wanted to make the Federation stronger. However, they chose the wrong way, and this was a mistake that the leaders of the Federation could not make. Grand Marshal André might be able to tolerate one or two things in other matters, but when it came to a major matter that concerned the safety of the Federation, they absolutely could not be allowed to make mistakes. Grand Marshal André was a professional soldier, and when dealing with the enemy, he adopted an all-out attack. He needed a stable rear and a government that could provide enough logistical support for the military. It could be said that when Grand Marshal André made his move, President Barnard had already lost control of the government and the power in his hands. David received more than 10 guests in a row. These guests were all top nobles who were on good terms with him. The rest of the nobles and knight were not qualified to visit. From the time he came a war star, it was not until dinner that he could rest. After dinner, David returned to his room. After he entered this castle, Earl Brooks had moved out, and all the supplies had been replaced with brand new ones. He came to the platform outside the bedroom. With a glass of red wine in his hand, he felt the familiar atmosphere of this place. David had grown up on the War Star, risking his life on the War Star. Now, the War Star had become a peaceful place in his eyes. The three great worlds did not dare to use power above rank 5 in this place. As long as the three great worlds had no intention of destroying the War Star, he was an invincible existence. He scanned the space pendant with his mind and saw David's identity bracelet. His heart skipped a beat, and he wanted to take it out to see if there was any news. The ID bracelet fell into David's hand, and he put it on his wrist. Although his body had changed a lot, his genes had not changed, and the ID bracelet was quickly re-authenticated. Following that, a stream of information flashed through the identity bracelet. It was all information that had been accumulated over a long period of time. David scanned the reports from top to bottom, only to discover that they were basically the work reports that were submitted to him by the various industries and intelligence organizations under his command according to the date. There was also some information about Emma. He bitterly chuckled. As the only woman he had ever loved, Emma held an extremely important place in his heart. However, the only thing David could do for Emma at the moment was to provide her with protection. Through the organizations under his command and his own influence, no one dared to offend Emma. Coupled with Emma's background, there was no need to worry about her safety. After cultivating to this level, David could no longer remain in the Interstellar Federation for long. He needed to constantly improve himself. In particular, he had already offended the powerful Death God. He He did not want to bring unimaginable danger to Emma's side. Under Emma's message, he replied that she was safe and sound, and he did not continue to think about this. David's eyes quickly focused on the latest news. This was a war call issued by the Federal High Command, ordering all soldiers to end their leave and for those who had retired within 10 years to report to the various military departments. David was very familiar with this operation. This was a sign that the war was about to begin. He also saw the request for him, a general, to return to the military. He was still a direct subordinate of Grand Marshal Andre. Although Grand Marshal Andre had allowed him to rest for a long time, when a war was about to begin, a powerhouse like him was needed. David refused the call. He did not have the time to participate in military operations. For this war, his identity as Lord Arthur would be more useful. While he was still waiting on Warstar for the Interstellar Federation's response, in the star field of chaos of the great world of God, Chairman Gould personally led a fleet of galactic shuttles close to the target location. One of the 27 galactic shuttles had been lost on the way here. They had lost 5 level 5 Temple Knights and 90 level 4 Sky Knight. Although this was a great loss, war was like this. Chairman Gould looked at the boundless sea of insects in the distance, as well as the spatial door that could be faintly seen in the middle of the sea of insects. The insectoids had clearly seen them as well, but neither side immediately started fighting. This was not because the insectoids or the great world of God were being polite, but because the galactic shuttles were still maintaining their speed. The insectoids were simply unable to suppress the galactic shuttles in terms of numbers. And clearly, there were a lot fewer fifth-step insectoids than there were fifth-step insectoids on the starry sky, flying ships. In case a fifth-step insectoid got too close, the consequence would be getting caught in the battle formation of fifth-step Temple Knights. Stop advancing. All Knights, get into formation and defend for 10 minutes. Chairman Gould ordered in a deep voice. The 100 or so level 5 Temple Knights who were already prepared for battle immediately flew out of the galactic shuttles upon receiving the order. Behind them were level 4 Sky Knight. The galactic shuttles were also stored in a large space item. There were only 5 shrines galactic shuttles left in space. The Knights all knew that time was precious, so they immediately got into formation as soon as they flew out. The level 5 Temple Knight was on the outside, while the level 4 Sky Knight was on the inside. They formed a huge sphere in space, and in the center of the sphere were the 5 shrines galactic shuttles. This kind of Space Knight formation was rarely seen because there were simply too few opportunities to use it. It must be known that only level 4 Sky Knight and level 5 Temple Knight could fight in space. To set up this spherical knight formation, the minimum number of knights needed to be more than 1,000 knights. A 1,000-knight formation with at least a level 4 Sky Knight was something that no single force could do. Only a space battle would require this kind of knight formation. However, even if the spherical knight formation was rarely used, it was still a necessary knowledge for high-ranking knights to learn. None of the knights here were not proficient in it. In just a few seconds, the spherical knight formation was successfully set up. On the other side, the insectoids discovered that the galactic shuttles had stopped and humans had come down. A few level 5 insectoids let out a cry, and then a sea of insectoids rushed over like a wave. Steady, we must hold on for 10 minutes. Chairman Gould stood at the front of the knight formation and ordered all the knights through the power of blood flowing through the knight formation. At this moment, the 5 universal flying ships of the temple rapidly approached. These specially designed universal flying ships were actually able to fuse together seamlessly after getting close. The priests in the galactic shuttles began to take out huge components from the space storage of the shuttles and added them to the space structure with the 5 shrine shuttles as the core. These priests were very methodical and were not affected by the insectoid tide that was getting closer and closer. Every component had a large number of runes and even sacred runes on it. The space structure was also constantly expanding. The insectoids could clearly see what the great world of God was doing. Although they didn't know what the priests of the great world of God were doing, they knew that they couldn't let this go on. Even though they were in space, The overclocked sound could still vibrate the auditory system of every insectoid. The insectoid sped up, and the frontmost insectoids approached the spherical night formation. They opened their mouths, and their legs flashed with all kinds of lights. Slash! The word slash reverberated through the night formation like an echo. The night formation this time was unimaginably powerful. It was made up of 109 level 5 night and almost 2,000 level 4 sky night. The night formation had been preparing for a period of time, and it was already at full power. It was truly showing the fangs of the night formation. Huge streams of bloodline power sword light were released from the night battle formation. Each stream of bloodline power sword light would leave a path of flesh and blood in the insect swarm. The smart level 5 insectoids didn't participate in the charge. They wouldn't enter the danger zone before a certain level 5 knight's combat power was depleted. After all, the insectoids were massive in number. They could exhaust the knights to death just by relying on their sheer numbers. Chairman Gould was very calm. He was observing the insectoids coming out of the portal. He was constantly trying to determine how many special insectoids there were. To be honest, normal insectoids wouldn't be able to threaten the night formation in a short period of time. The ones that could really threaten them were the insectoids with special innate abilities. Of course, Zergs with special innate abilities were also precious in the Zerg tribe. Otherwise, they would not have transferred the elite explosive beetles back to the Zerg tribe, even if it would affect the Zerg tribe's ability to pass through the dimensional gateway after the elite explosive beetles ran out of energy. Fortunately, the insectoids didn't want to throw in special insectoids at the beginning of the war. The insectoid tide crazily attacked the night formation. Under the leadership of the 109 level 5 night formation, the night formation was like a solid rock, allowing the insectoid tide to hit it over and over again. Time passed little by little. A large amount of insectoid green blood and broken limbs floated around the spherical night formation. The insectoids were very satisfied with this battle because they had successfully depleted the knight's bloodline power. At this rate, the knight's bloodline power wouldn't be able to last much longer. Chairman Gould was also very satisfied. The first step of his strategic plan was about to be completed. The insectoids' understanding of the great world of God was limited to their contact with Warstar. In that environment, their understanding of each other was extremely one-sided. Just like now, the insectoids were only exhausting the knight's bloodline power, although they felt threatened by the structures being set up inside. As long as the knight was defeated, the structures would be useless. 9 minutes passed, and shrines appeared inside the circular night formation. The 5 bishops began to chant. The shrines glowed, and countless shrines and runes appeared on the surface of the shrines before disappearing into the shrines. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that these shrines were miniature war shrines. After the miniature war shrines were activated, a golden light shot into the sky from the top of the shrines. This golden light flashed, and in just 10 seconds, it established contact with the nearest war shrines and became a part of the war shrine system. The miniature war shrines glowed with white light, enveloping all the night. David had left a part of his consciousness inside the Harlow Temple Knight. At this moment, he could feel the white light shining on his body, and the bloodline power he had just expended was rapidly recovering. Moreover, the damage to his soul that he had suffered from losing his energy clone was also rapidly recovering in the white light. In just a few seconds, his 5 level 5 Knight Templars had recovered to their peak state, except for the loss of their energy clones. Not only David's 5 level 5 Knight Templars, but all the Knight Templars here were the same. The miniature war shrines had made up for their losses. There were not many shrines with the team this time, but inside the miniature war shrines, a medium-sized portal was being activated. This medium-sized portal was completely made of runes. The gods forbade teleportation in the astral chaos, and only the gods themselves could break this restriction. The most important function of the miniature war shrines was to open a medium-sized portal, so that the Knight Templars at the front could receive logistical support. The medium-sized portal was successfully activated, and the war priests walked out of it. After arriving at the battlefield, they stood in their respective positions and began to cast their divine spells. The divine spell of light illuminated the entire battlefield. Once the low-level insectoids were illuminated by the milky white light, they would emit bursts of black fog, and their bodies would be quickly eroded. This was the world of the great world of God. In this world, divine spells were extremely useful. The gods had already designated the insectoids as evil, so under the illumination of the divine spell of light, the low-level insectoids would be severely damaged. A large number of priests were casting the divine spell of light at the same time, so the effect was naturally very strong. Insectoids below level 4 would be injured to varying degrees. Level 1 and Level 2 insectoids would melt and die almost immediately after being illuminated. Level 3 insectoids could still hold on for a while, but under the illumination of the divine spell of light for too long, they would not be able to hold on. Chapter 944. David had always thought that the Interstellar Federation was more effective than the great world of God in dealing with low-level insectoids. But today, he truly had a new understanding. It was just a type of light theurgy that he thought had little effect. But on this battlefield, it displayed an unimaginable power. The light theurgy was just a general theurgy. Its purpose was to discover evil and cause a certain degree of damage to it. But the light theurgy was infinitely more effective when used during the insectoid tide. In addition to the increasing number of war priests, the light theurgy's power continued to increase. The circular night formation no longer needed to consume the precious blood power to kill the endless low-level insectoids. Instead, they only needed to focus on eliminating the level 4 insectoids. This greatly reduced the pressure on the night, and they had more energy to spare for defense. Chairman Gould's face showed a smile. In fact, he was the one who was under the most pressure. From the beginning, his mission was to escort the 5 Shrine starships to the vicinity of the portal, but he couldn't directly announce it. Once the night became dependent on it, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to exert their full power. In addition, Chairman Gould also had to consider whether the evil god's followers would intervene in the war. If the information was leaked, he couldn't guarantee that the evil god's followers wouldn't be so shameless as to contact the insectoids. According to the information obtained from his shrines, the portal incident this time was caused by the evil god of death. He didn't announce this information, so it was still confidential. The awakening of an evil god was likely to cause panic in the war with the insectoids. Chairman Gould looked at David's 5-level 5 knight again. He was extremely grateful. The 5 level 5 knight were the biggest contributors to successfully placing the small war shrines here. He also understood why the 5 level 5 knight were not afraid to sacrifice themselves. From the attitude of the 5 level 5 knight temple knights, it could be seen that this was Lord Arthur's intention. David was actually glad. When the war order was issued, he guessed that the shrines would directly participate in the war, and even the gods would intervene. Sure enough, even small shrines had appeared on the battlefield. If his main body was here, he couldn't guarantee that the god of war wouldn't notice him. Not to mention that he had the black dragon Alexis by his side. David had too many secrets, and he couldn't let the gods know about them. Once the gods found out, it was very likely that he would turn from a hero in the great world of God into a blasphemer in the great world of God. Small war shrines were still shrines. As long as they were shrines, the gods could directly sense everything around the shrines through the shrines. All knights, listen up. Divide into 2 groups and take turns to rest. Chairman Gould said, through the power of blood in the night battle formation. Without any hesitation, half of the knights withdrew from the circular night battle formation and retreated to the platform of the small war shrines to rest. Knights weren't machines, and they would be tired after a long battle. The platform of the small war shrines flashed, and the physical and mental strength of the knight sitting on it quickly recovered. David felt that as long as the small war shrines were there, this group of knights could almost keep fighting like this. The battlefield in space fell into a strange balance. The Zergs maintained their attack on the night battle formation, and the knights were also in a defensive position. Thanks to the shrine's divine spells and the small war knight's double help, the knights hadn't suffered any losses yet. Of course, the knights on the great world of God's side were all elites, while the Zergs were using a strategy of attrition. The Zergs were sent out to deplete the energy of the great world of God. David left a trace of his consciousness in the soul of the knight in Harlow's sanctum, and his main consciousness returned to his main body. David, who was in the Warstar Castle, reached out his hand and summoned the Shadow Attendant. The Black Dragon Alexis hadn't said anything, but David could sense the Black Dragon Alexis urgency. David certainly knew what the Black Dragon Alexis was in a hurry about. After clearing out all the Zergs on the Guardian planet, the soul energy he obtained wasn't a small amount. He ordered the Shadow Attendant to divide the soul energy into 3 portions, one for the Shadow Attendant to absorb, and one for the Black Dragon Alexis. As for the remaining portion, he wasn't going to use it. The remaining portion of soul energy would be used to restore the energy clones of the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights. Without the help of soul energy, dividing the soul would cause the Sanctum Knight to fall into a weakened state for a long time. David pressed one hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder, and a third of the soul energy was transferred into the Shadow Attendant's body through this contact. Then, through the connection of the Master-Servant contract, it was transferred into the Black Dragon Alexis's body. The Black Dragon Alexis comfortably closed its eyes. David looked at the Black Dragon Alexis on his shoulder with some amusement. After this Black Dragon Alexis shrunk, it didn't look like a divine Black Dragon at all. It was just a cute pet. Of course, David wouldn't say this out loud. The divine Black Dragon's dignity still had to be taken care of. While the Black Dragon Alexis was enjoying itself, David began to check the rewards on the Guardian planet. The number of Zergs he killed this time was simply too many. The number of knowledge glows he obtained was also incalculable. After all, the knowledge glows inside the Shadow Attendant's body were even more vast. Shadow Attendant, separate the knowledge glows from the 2 level 5 Zergs. David ordered in his mind. David wasn't too interested in the rest of the knowledge glows. At his level of power, he was only interested in powerful special abilities. 2 knowledge glows appeared in front of him, and he focused his attention on the first one. Acidic Poison Talent. David couldn't help but be stunned by this talent. Especially after he read the detailed description of this talent, he was speechless. This talent was one of the Red Wing Ant King's talents. It could turn its saliva into the most powerful level 5 acidic poison. With just one breath, it could corrode anything below level 5. Even if it was a level 5 armor, it would still suffer some damage after being sprayed by it. However, the biggest problem with this talent was that David was a human. If his saliva turned into level 5 acidic poison, how would he be able to communicate with others? If he wasn't careful when he spoke, his saliva might fly out and disfigure the person in front of him. To be honest, this acidic poison talent was very powerful. Unfortunately, David didn't dare to make any changes in this area. He shook his head and had the Shadow Attendant put away the acidic poison talent. Then he focused his attention on the other knowledge ball. Armor-piercing strike talent. David let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was a normal talent. He read the detailed description of the armor-piercing strike talent. This was the golden-shelled insect's talent. The golden-shelled insect's most important talent was the armor-piercing strike. Unfortunately, during the fight with David, it didn't even have the chance to use this talent before it was heavily injured by David's punch. The golden-shelled insect, who was heavily injured, didn't even have the ability to fight back. With the terrifying armor-piercing strike talent, it fell to the ground. The golden-shelled insect was a mutant in their race. Originally, the golden-shelled insect's race focused on defense. They used their ability to control metal energy to increase their own defense. However, the golden-shelled insect was an anomaly. It focused on armor piercing. By using its ability to control metal energy, it was able to pierce through any metal's armor. David ordered the Shadow Servant to transfer the armor-piercing strike talent, Knowledge Ball, into his soul space. As soon as the armor-piercing strike talent, knowledge ball, entered the soul space, it transformed into an armor-piercing strike rune. As long as he activated the pattern, he would be able to unleash the armor-piercing strike at any time. David immediately activated the armor-piercing strike pattern, and a level 5 light longsword appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to perform the armor-piercing strike, a golden pattern appeared on the sword. It was the projection of the armor-piercing strike pattern. The golden pattern flashed for a second, and then turned into a faint golden light that wrapped around the light longsword. David scanned his portal pendant with his power and took out his black armor. This black armor was a divine artifact. Although it was not at the level of a divine artifact, it was still a rare treasure. Its defensive ability was similar to that of a 5th grade armor, but it also had the ability to self-repair. It was also because of the self-healing ability of the black armor that David was comfortable using it to experiment with his new ability. When the sword, which was wrapped in a faint golden light, came into contact with the black armor and the sword automatically parted to allow the sword to pass through. David looked at the light, long sword in his hand in shock. After the strike, the golden light had disappeared, but this kind of effect was hard for him to accept. If this kind of ability was widespread among the insectoids, then the knight's armor would become a joke. However, he immediately realized that this golden-shelled bug was definitely very special. Whether it was in the Interstellar Federation or the Great World of God, he had never heard of an insectoid with this kind of ability. It was important to know that the top nobles of the Great World of God had successfully hunted down level 5 insectoids countless times. If an insectoid with this kind of ability had appeared, there was no way they wouldn't have discovered it in 10,000 years. David shook his head and put away the level 5 light longsword. The black armor was also slowly recovering. He didn't care about the recovery of the black armor. Instead, he put the 2 golden level 5 soul origins from the shadow attendant into his soul dimension. The 2 level 5 soul origins were assimilated by the 101 doppelgangers in the soul dimension and quickly became David's new doppelgangers. Having 2 more doppelgangers might not be of much help to David, but he had already discovered the benefits of having more doppelgangers. If he continued to increase them like this, the more doppelgangers he had, the better his analytical abilities would become. Since he was on planet Battlestar, David didn't enter the training dimension with the spatial anchor stone. He slept like a normal person for the night. The next morning, Admiral Adams came over very early and waited in the meeting room. Since David was completely relaxed and rested, he slept until 8 in the morning before waking up. After the maid helped him wash up, Earl Brooks reported to David that Admiral Adams had arrived. "Admiral Adams, I'm very sorry for making you wait." David walked into the meeting room and bowed to Admiral Adams with a smile. Admiral Adams stood up and gave a military salute, expressing his greatest respect. Once the two of them were seated, Admiral Adams immediately got to the main topic. "Lord Arthur, Grand Marshal Andre will enter planet Battlestar during the window period to meet with you. The Federation is already mobilizing its fleet, and the first batch of warships will arrive today and head for the Great World of God." David naturally knew of the military's movements, and his other identity had also received the corresponding information. "I will be waiting for Grand Marshal Andre on planet Battlestar. I hope that this meeting will strengthen our cooperation," David said with a smile. "Starting yesterday, the insectoids on planet Battlestar have been acting strangely. I am personally very worried about Grand Marshal Andre's safety on planet Battlestar. I will have to trouble you with this matter," Admiral Adams softly said. Originally, Admiral Adams should not have said this, but the environment on planet Battlestar was extremely unique. Only the powerful Lord Arthur could guarantee Grand Marshal Andre's safety. Given Admiral Adams' understanding of the strength of the insectoids, he did not believe that the Transcendent at Grand Marshal Andre's side could protect Grand Marshal Andre. It had to be known that the strongest Transcendent was at most a level 3 insectoid, and a relatively weak one at that. David nodded in agreement. "That's no problem. I've already met with Grand Marshal Andre. He came to planet Battlestar to meet with me, so I will naturally guarantee his safety." As he spoke, David summoned his energy clone from his mental space. "This is my energy clone on planet Battlestar. My energy clone should be unrivaled," he confidently introduced. David was not speaking carelessly. His energy clones were stronger than ordinary energy clones. In an environment like planet Battlestar, where he could not use excessive amounts of rank 5 energy, his faster and stronger energy clone could suppress the majority of rank 5 experts. "Then please have your energy clone accompany the hover car that is welcoming Grand Marshal Andre." Adams was overjoyed and hurriedly said. Admiral Adams was very confident in Lord Arthur. From the military's analysis, Lord Arthur was one of the few domain lords in the great world of God who had expressed a friendly attitude toward the Interstellar Federation. With Lord Arthur's strength, there was no need for him to lie. What he had expressed was probably his true attitude. When David heard that Grand Marshal Andre might be in danger, even if Adams had not said anything, he would have gone to protect him. Given his relationship with Grand Marshal Andre, he would not just sit by and watch something happen to Grand Marshal Andre. Chapter 945. A military armored hover car flew into the sky. The red substance in the sky had yet to dissipate, but based on experience, Worcester's empty window was about to begin. David's energy clone sat in the armored hover car, listening to the roar of the hover car's engine. He, who had not experienced this for a long time, could not help but think of the first time he had entered Warstar. At the time, he had only been a Kaji. He had never imagined that in just 2 short years, he would become an existence that surpassed all the powerhouses of the Interstellar Federation. If David had only wanted to enjoy life, he could have returned to the Interstellar Federation. Even if he did not reveal his strength, he could have relied on his previous foundation to live a carefree life. However, after seeing the true face of the world, how could he be willing to remain ordinary? It was this unwillingness to be ordinary that made him cross worlds and head to the great world of God, where the future was still unknown, in pursuit of a stronger future. Together with David's energy clone was General Adams and the 4 military transcendent. The 4 military transcendent were intimidated by the powerful aura that the energy clone unintentionally emitted, and they sat in the seats furthest away from David. Only General Adams sat across from David's energy clone, but since David did not take the initiative to speak, General Adams did not want to disturb David. David ignored the atmosphere in the armored hover car. His eyes were fixed on the red substance in the sky, which was currently thinning out. At the same time, he sensed 3 rank 5 auras rapidly approaching from the distance. These were the energy clones of the rank 5 insectoids. David did not even need to guess to know that the news of Grand Marshal Andre's arrival on Warstar had been leaked. As for how it had been leaked, it was easy to understand. Insectoids with special bewitchment abilities could do it. On the front lines of the human battlefield, there were often bewitched humans. These humans normally looked no different from normal humans, and the bewitchment would only be activated when important information appeared. As long as a human's brain did not have a mental talent, once the bewitchment was activated, all their mental energy would only be able to transmit a single message before their brain died. On the other hand, it was very difficult for humans with psychic talents to be successfully bewitched. Therefore, humans who were successfully bewitched by the insectoids were usually one-time consumables. General Adams deduced that the news of Grand Marshal Andre's arrival had been leaked based on the discovery that a military personnel had suddenly died mysteriously. When he checked, he found that the person's brain was already in a state of chaos. He had suffered from the backlash of bewitchment. Of course, General Adams couldn't tell David about this. If he told the Lord of the great world of God that a federal military soldier had been bewitched to leak information about the Grand Marshal, General Adams could afford to lose face, but the federal military couldn't. "Open the hatch. I'm going out for a bit," David ordered the hover car's driver. The pilot glanced at Admiral Adams. After seeing Admiral Adams nod in agreement, the pilot opened the hatch. David's energy doppelganger flew out in a flash. heading towards the 3 Class 5 insectoid auras. The lightning scorpion king flew very carefully. Although it had used its energy doppelganger many times in the past to enter the airspace above human-controlled areas, it was especially vigilant this time, constantly paying attention to its surroundings. The half-body spider queen's energy doppelganger had been instantly killed by Lord Arthur. Although that was a battle between the energy doppelganger and the main body, the difference in power shouldn't have been so great. There was only one possibility for this to happen, and that was that Lord Arthur was far more powerful than the half-body spider queen. In fact, any insectoid that could reach Class 5 was not an existence that didn't care about their lives. On the contrary, they cherished their lives very much. The lightning scorpion king remembered the tragic state the half-body spider queen had been in after losing its energy doppelganger. Its soul had been impacted, and it had to rest for at least a year. During this year, the pain in its soul would occasionally torment the half-body spider queen. When the insectoids learned that Grand Marshal Andre was about to arrive at the War Star, the lightning scorpion king and the other 2 Class 5 insectoids all sent out their energy doppelganger. The 3 energy clones of the 5th rank weren't worried about attacks from the ground. In the Worcester's environment, only Temple Knights of the 5th rank could stop them. Even if the energy clones of the 5th rank Temple Knights chased after them, they wouldn't be able to catch up to them, who were also energy clones. They were worried about Lord Arthur, that terrifying existence that had been confirmed to have arrived at the War Star. Suddenly, the lightning scorpion king's energy doppelganger stopped moving forward. It saw the figure of a human energy doppelganger in the sky. It wasn't just the lightning scorpion king's energy doppelganger. The other 2 Class 5 insectoids' energy doppelganger also stopped moving forward. They could feel the surging energy and powerful soul aura coming from the human energy doppelganger. This was something David had purposely released. In order to ensure Grand Marshal Andre's safety, he wanted to chase them away and didn't want to fight in the sky. In a 1v3 situation, David wasn't fighting with his main body. Although he could defeat his opponents, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be affected by the battle. The lightning scorpion king's energy doppelganger was shocked. It then saw the face of the human energy doppelganger. It was the same face as the half-body spider queen's, the extremely powerful Lord Arthur. Without any hesitation, the lightning scorpion king's energy doppelganger turned and fled. It wasn't stronger than the half-body spider queen. The other 2 Class 5 insectoids' energy doppelganger saw the lightning scorpion king's energy doppelganger flee and didn't want to stay behind. General Adams and the 4 transcendent commanders who saw this scene with their own eyes were stunned. The insectoids had mobilized 3 Class 5 energy doppelganger. It was clear to see how determined the insectoids were. Just as the 3 Class 5 energy doppelganger fled, the 3 human energy doppelganger took to the air. However, they didn't chase after the insectoid energy doppelganger. It was very difficult to catch up with its speed. The 3 of them were the Temple Knights who had stayed behind on planet Warstar. They had only taken to the air to investigate after sensing the movements of the Class 5 insectoids. Greetings, Lord Arthur. Taodi's Class 5 Temple Knights energy doppelganger was the first to bow to David's energy doppelganger. The other 2 Temple Knights' energy doppelganger followed suit. I'll have to trouble the 3 of you to assist me in guarding the place, David requested with a smile as he returned the bow. Yes, Your Majesty, the 3 Class 5 Temple Knights' energy doppelganger replied. Seeing the respectful attitude of the 3 Class 5 Temple Knights, General Adams couldn't help but sigh. The rumors were true. Lord Arthur's status in the great world of God was extremely high. It must be known that the Class 5 Temple Knights of Warstar were all extremely proud. It was rare for them to even meet each other. This was why General Adams hadn't asked the other Class 5 Knights of the great world of God for help. It was because the other Class 5 Knights weren't easy to deal with. Lord Arthur's attitude toward the Interstellar Federation was extremely friendly. He had expressed his goodwill many times, which was why General Adams had come forward to invite him. With the participation of the 3 Class 5 Temple Knights' energy doppelganger, General Adams felt a lot more at ease when he saw the 3 Class 5 insectoid energy doppelganger appear. General Adams had wanted to inform Grand Marshal Andre and ask him to cancel the meeting. The red substance around Warstar finally dissipated, and a small transport ship under the protection of many corvettes approached Warstar. The small transport ship then left the corvette's protection and descended toward Warstar. There was no need to say anything. David understood that this was Grand Marshal Andre's arrival. The energy doppelganger suddenly accelerated forward and flew to the side of the small transport ship's hatch. The hatch of the small transport ship opened, and David's energy doppelganger walked in. "Lord Arthur, I didn't think that after our last meeting, you would have already become a Class 5 expert." Grand Marshal Andre stood at the entrance of the hatch and greeted David's energy avatar with a smile as soon as they met. Grand Marshal Andre was well aware of Lord Arthur's background. This peerless genius who had grown up in the Interstellar Federation had immediately displayed his unparalleled talent upon returning to the great world of God. The last time they met, Lord Arthur was already a Class 4 Sky Knight, and he was one of the most powerful Class 4 Sky Knights. He had not expected that in just a few short months, Lord Arthur had already become a Class 5 Temple Knight, and he was still one of the most powerful Class 5 Temple Knights. "Marshal Andre, your body is still as strong as the last time we met," David said with a smile as he bowed. The two of them chatted as they entered the cabin. David could sense that there were 8 transcendent knights surrounding the main cabin. However, this sort of protection was far too weak for a Class 5 expert. Grand Marshal Andre was truly taking an enormous risk by entering the Battlestar. However, Grand Marshal Andre had no choice but to come. If he did not come, the President of the Federation would have had to come. But if President Barnard came to talk to Lord Arthur, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The crux of everything was still Lord Arthur's strength. No one would be at ease with such a powerful existence entering a peaceful region of the great world of God. This was not only a violation of the law, but also unacceptable to the upper echelons of the Interstellar Federation. They would not even allow Lord Arthur to enter the war zone. Since Lord Arthur could not enter the Interstellar Federation, only Grand Marshal Andre could personally come. David's energy clone and Grand Marshal Andre did not discuss anything important on the small transport ship. It was just a casual chat. It was only when the small transport ship landed at the Battlestar military headquarters that David's main body formally met with Grand Marshal Andre in the conference room. Due to David's request, the energy clones of the 3 Class 5 Temple Knights did not leave. They remained in the sky, protecting Grand Marshal Andre until Grand Marshal Andre left the Battlestar. David smiled at Grand Marshal Andre and said, "Grand Marshal Andre, on behalf of the great world of God's Supreme Council and Chairman Gould, I would like to express my gratitude to you for dispatching troops in time to support the great world of God in resisting the invasion of the insectoids." Grand Marshal Andre solemnly promised, "The Interstellar Federation and the great world of God have been in an alliance for nearly 10,000 years. There have been disputes and harmony, but we have always been working together against the insectoids. I will not allow anyone to destroy the friendship that has been forged through countless years of blood." Grand Marshal Andre knew that the great world of God had an intelligence network in the Interstellar Federation. President Barnard's actions were very likely to be known by the great world of God, so he had to reduce the influence of that foolish President Barnard. "I believe in this very much. I have also seen Grand Marshal Andre's decisiveness," David said in a deep voice. The Interstellar Federation had entered a state of war, and the military had forcefully stripped President Barnard of his authority. David also greatly admired Grand Marshal Andre. It must be known that if this was not done properly, he would be cursed as a dictator. Grand Marshal Andre looked at his identity bracelet and went straight to the point. "There are still 5 hours until the first fleet of 20,000 warships arrives. Admiral Francis will be the commander. Lord Arthur will enter the great world of God with Admiral Francis at that time to assist Admiral Francis in formulating a strategic plan. David was overjoyed. A fleet of 20,000 warships would be enough to stop the insectoid tide. To be honest, the strongest warships in space were still the Interstellar Federation's warships. The Knight of the Great World of God was more adept at close combat. As for letting David participate in the formulation of a strategic plan, it was actually because he needed his cooperation. The Interstellar Federation's fleet was helping the Great World of God defend against the insectoids. Without the cooperation of the Great World of God, there was no need to talk about this. There are still 2 level 5 Temple Knight on the Guardian planet. We will fully cooperate with the Federation's fleet. David nodded and said, the fleet's logistics will enter the Great World of God in a day, and there will be more fleets arriving after that. I hope the Great World of God will provide assistance. Grand Marshal Andre continued. Grand Marshal Andre did his best to make things clear. With so many warships entering the Great World of God, there would be even more to come. If he did not make things clear beforehand, it was very likely to lead to misunderstandings. The insectoids have cut off the Guardian planet's internal communications, but I will arrange for Warstar to send some Knight to participate in the mobilization of the fleet. David understood Grand Marshal Andre's concerns and said with a smile, these fleets could not just enter the Great World of God like this. They needed to be accompanied by members of the Great World of God. David only needed to use a few Knight's special communication arrays. He had quite a few arrays that could be used for long-distance communication. Also, regarding the arrangement of the spoils of war, we need half the rights to Grade 1 to Grade 4 materials. Grand Marshal Andre finally made his request. As for Grade 5 materials, Grand Marshal Andre did not even consider them. This was because even if the Interstellar Federation obtained Grade 5 materials, no expert would be able to use them. This did not mean that the Transcendent could not use Grade 5 weapons. It was just that the Transcendent would not be able to display the full power of a Grade 5 weapon with their current strength, and would only become a target for experts. A Grade 5 weapon would not be a problem for the Interstellar Federation, but on Warstar, if one did not have the strength of a Grade 5 insectoid, the chances of them being casually killed by a Grade 5 insectoid was very high. Grand Marshal Andre actually wanted Grade 4 materials the most. Grade 4 materials were extremely important for increasing the strength of the Transcendent. Chapter 946. Grand Marshal Andre liked interacting with Lord Arthur. This was because Lord Arthur had lived in the Interstellar Federation and was familiar with many things about the Interstellar Federation, so it was very easy for them to talk about certain things. This Lord Arthur was also very easy to talk to, agreeing to his request almost without hesitation. This made Grand Marshal Andre very satisfied. He had not taken the risk of coming to planet Battlestar to meet with Lord Arthur in vain. Grand Marshal Andre was very interested in Grade 4 materials because Grade 4 materials were extremely rare in the Interstellar Federation. This was because only the space fleets of the Interstellar Federation had the ability to kill Grade 4 insectoids. And under the concentrated fire of the space fleet's energy weapons, the materials that could survive were very limited. Most of the materials had been destroyed by the energy weapons. David also understood this point, and he also hoped to increase the strength of the Interstellar Federation. If he had enough materials and weapons, the Federation's Kaji on planet Battlestar would not have been reduced to a consumable. He focused his mind, and a mental wall enveloped the entire conference room, preventing any sound from leaking out. David's actions did not attract the attention of the 8 Transcendent Guards outside. For the 8 Transcendent Guards, this kind of legendary mental energy usage was too high-end, so high-end that they could not understand it. David was not doing this to make any moves against Grand Marshal Andre. Instead, he wanted to have a private conversation with Grand Marshal Andre. Grand Marshal Andre, to thank you for your help, I will personally give you a longevity potion. David smiled as he took out an alchemy bottle and placed it on the table. Grand Marshal Andre had also heard of the world of God's intelligence's actions in the Federation. They used the holy water of youth to entice people into becoming agents of their intelligence organization. When he heard David's words, his first thought was that it was a bottle of eternal holy water. After all, he had drunk the eternal holy water before. Part of it had even entered the research department through his own hands. However, Grand Marshal Andre quickly rejected this idea. The holy water of youth was indeed precious, but it was not impossible to obtain it in the Interstellar Federation. Lord Arthur probably knew this as well. At this moment, Grand Marshal Andre's mind suddenly moved. He looked around because he could not sense any sound coming from outside. The entire conference room had become quiet. Just a little trick. Because my longevity potion is a little special, I don't want too many people to know about it. David saw Grand Marshal Andre's discovery and explained with a smile. Grand Marshal Andre looked at Lord Arthur seriously. He had been in a high position for many years and had seen countless people. He naturally believed in his judgment of people's hearts. He saw the sincerity in Lord Arthur's eyes and could not help but smile. Then I will thank Lord Arthur. Grand Marshal Andre picked up the alchemy bottle and drank it without hesitation. Grand Marshal Andre was very clear in his heart that Lord Arthur had no reason to attack him, especially at this crucial moment when the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation were at their most intimate cooperation. After drinking the potion, Grand Marshal Andre felt a long-lost vitality surging in his body. I thought it would be the holy water of youth. I've drunk a lot of holy water of youth. Grand Marshal Andre said bluntly as he felt the vitality in his body. This potion is very special, so I won't say its name. David waved his hand, and the alchemy bottle in Grand Marshal Andre's hand was taken back by him. This made Grand Marshal Andre's eyes move. Lord Arthur's action meant that this longevity potion was extremely precious. It was so precious that it could not be studied by others. The feeling in his body could not be faked. He felt as if he had returned to 20 years ago. David naturally took out the undying life force. It was the same dosage he had given to Baron Devold, making him 20 years younger. Grand Marshal Andre had always taken great care of him. Although he was General David, he still remembered it in his heart. It was just that he had been unable to repay Grand Marshal Andre in the past. Today, he used this opportunity to make Grand Marshal Andre 20 years younger, which could be considered as returning the favor to Grand Marshal Andre. David did not want Grand Marshal Andre to know the details. He only wanted his own peace of mind. I really did make the right choice in coming here. Grand Marshal Andre stood up, his aura even sharper. His youthful state made him very excited. You should be careful and hide your state, David reminded with a smile. Grand Marshal Andre did not stay on the War Star for long. Before the red substance reappeared, he was escorted off the War Star by the energy clones of the 3 Level 5 Temple Knight. As they left, the 8 Transcendent looked at Grand Marshal Andre with eyes full of surprise and joy. Grand Marshal Andre's disguise could fool outsiders, but it could not be hidden from the people around him. These people who relied on Grand Marshal Andre naturally hoped that he could remain in power for as long as possible. The 8 Transcendent guessed that Grand Marshal Andre had obtained this beneficial medicine from Lord Arthur of the Great World of God. The Great World of God's medicine was very famous even in the Interstellar Federation. David also returned to the castle. After entering the hall, he called out to Earl Brooks, who was about to leave. Earl Brooks, make the arrangements. I need some knights to enter the Interstellar Federation's fleet as liaison officers for the Great World of God. They will be in charge of communication. Here are 10 long-range communication arrays. You could distribute them, David sternly said to Earl Brooks. Yes, Lord Arthur, Earl Brooks respectfully replied. In his heart, he understood that this was Lord Arthur's reward for his diligent service. This was a great merit for participating in the war against the insectoid race. Even Earl Brooks, who was the commander, would have more merit than the knight who did the actual mission. Of course, this was on the premise that the knight assigned to him had no problems. Earl Brooks could naturally guarantee this. He only needed to issue this mission to a knight he believed to be reliable. This matter of issuing missions was a lucrative one. All the knight on War Star would probably fight to participate in this mission once they heard about it. David had no idea that Earl Brooks was thinking so much. As the person in charge of Warstar, Earl Brooks understood knights the most. He needed a knight to act as liaison officers, and Earl Brooks was the most suitable person for this task. After handing over the mission, David bid farewell to the people of Warstar. He then summoned the silver-winged dragon and soared into the sky. He ignored the red substance in the sky and forced his way through. In the insectoid territory of Warstar, several rank 5 insectoids sensed the departure of this powerful aura and sighed in relief. If Lord Arthur had remained on Warstar, they would have requested for even stronger rank 5 insectoid from the insectoids in order to maintain the balance of power. David passed through the red substance and saw the pitch-black outer space. He could faintly make out the stars in the distance. This was the Doomsday Defense Line formed by 10 artificial planets. He took out an Interstellar Federation military star map, checked it, and after confirming his position, he lightly patted the silver-winged dragon. The silver-winged dragon activated its innate blink ability and rapidly advanced through space. After 2 hours of flight, David did not need to look at the star map to know that he had reached the rendezvous point. This was because he saw a seemingly endless fleet of warships. What sort of concept was 20,000 warships? Let alone warships, even 10,000 people standing together would be a sea of people. Moreover, as a complete fleet, there were 2 aircraft carriers that could serve as a city. The rest were destroyers, battleships, frigates, supply ships, and so on. They were all large warships. The 20,000 warships did not include the smaller warships that were responsible for scouting and so on. For the military's super-large fleets, the smaller scouting ships were just appendages to the larger warships. In every cockpit of the 20,000 warships, all the captains and crew members were looking at the images sent back by the scanners. A human in a gray robe was sitting on a strange white mount. Without any life support equipment, this human could move freely in space. This was enough to shock any Federation soldier. The soldiers in these warships had seen insectoids that could fight in space, but they had never seen a human that could survive in space. At the top of the aircraft carrier's flagship was the command cabin. Admiral Francis looked at the figure on the image with a complicated look in his eyes. "Send out the protocol ship to welcome Lord Arthur." Admiral Francis turned to his adjutant and ordered. The adjutant hurriedly obeyed, and a special warship quickly took off from the aircraft carrier's flagship. This was a small, pure white warship. Normal warships of the military had nothing to do with beauty, but this warship was an exception. This was the protocol ship specially prepared to receive important visitors. Admiral Francis sent out the protocol ship to welcome Lord Arthur. The protocol ship arrived in front of David, and Admiral Francis' adjutant flew out from the open hatch wearing a space exoskeleton armor. "Lord Arthur, I'm here on the orders of Admiral Francis. Please board the ship." The adjutant saluted in space. David nodded, put away the silver pterosaur, and entered the protocol ship with the adjutant. To be honest, as a general of the Interstellar Federation, it was the first time David saw a protocol ship like this. Normally, protocol ships were parked in an aircraft carrier. If he didn't enter the aircraft carrier, he wouldn't have the chance to see one. He scanned the protocol ship with his mind power with interest and found that this protocol ship was definitely not just for show. In terms of attack power, it might not be strong, but its defense was far superior to other warships of the same level, and its escape system was even more advanced. While David was studying, the protocol ship had already entered the fleet. It passed through countless warships, and every time it passed by a warship, the warship would light up with welcome lights. Under the light of the welcome lights, the protocol ship flew to the aircraft carrier's flagship and entered through a passage. This was the first time David saw an aircraft carrier up close, and the first thing he felt was its size. The size of the aircraft carrier was beyond his imagination, and it was even bigger than a space fortress. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the engines of such a huge aircraft carrier would be to keep up with the speed of the fleet. This was the most terrifying weapon that humans could create. It was said that a full energy attack from the main cannon of an aircraft carrier could easily destroy a planet. This kind of power was fatal even to a level 5 combatant. Of course, the aircraft carrier was not without its shortcomings. Every full-energy attack required a long time to accumulate energy, and the time was very long. The aircraft carrier was a war city, and it was a resting place for the soldiers of 10,000 warships. It had everything that a city should have, and it provided the fleet with protection that other warships could not. David felt small in front of such a huge war machine. Back in the day, even gods fell to the aircraft carrier's super space weapons, and that was how the Federation became known. The aircraft carrier was one of the few warships that could not pass through the space portal, and if one wanted to move the aircraft carrier, they would have to travel slowly in space. The protocol ship docked at a spaceport inside the aircraft carrier, and Admiral Francis was already waiting at the spaceport. "Lord Arthur, the Ninth Fleet of the Federation welcomes you. It is my honor to fight alongside you." Admiral Francis saluted David. "Admiral Francis, it is my honor as well." David returned a knight's salute. Hearing the Ninth Fleet, David understood the origin of this fleet. It was the reserve fleet of the war zone, and it was stationed behind the 6th Iron Wall Fleet all year round. It was the reserve of the 6th Iron Wall Fleet. However, this did not mean that the Ninth Fleet was not strong. On the contrary, it was the first line of defense outside the war zone. This fleet was also the elite fleet of the Federation. "Please follow me. The entire fleet is waiting for you. You will lead the fleet into the great world of God." Admiral Francis made an inviting gesture. David smiled and followed Admiral Francis. Between the two rows of protocol ship Kaji, they walked into the command cabin of the aircraft carrier's flagship amidst the melodious military music. Once they entered the command cabin, they saw a huge screen. The screen showed the position of the entire fleet, and each of the 20,000 warships was displayed on the screen. David had received the knowledge of Space Command and space warfare research, and his level was very high. He understood the function of the screen as soon as he saw it. The commander could click on any warship and understand the situation of the warship. He could also give orders to the warship alone. In battle, the situation of all the warships could be seen at a glance. Of course, in order to see the situation of 20,000 warships, a large number of professional officers were needed. Many officers in the command cabin were in charge of this job. Each officer was in charge of a part of the warship, and they would report the situation of each warship to the commander of the fleet and make suggestions. In the history of the Interstellar Federation, there were a few super talented commanders who could command large fleets by themselves. However, in David's opinion, they should be commanders with spiritual talent. Otherwise, normal people would not be able to process such complicated information. Chapter 9:47. Admiral Francis had only invited David to lead the fleet into the great world of God out of courtesy. Although the Ninth Fleet was stationed outside the war zone, the military was extremely familiar with the situation around the war star. In the military star charts, there were star charts related to entering the great world of God. Even the star charts of the guardian planets of the great world of God were marked. David's role on the carrier's flagship was to represent the great world of God, to show the legitimacy of this entry into the great world of God. Although the 20,000 warships seemed endless, their movements were orderly. They maintained a stable distance from each other, traveling at the same speed toward the back of the war star. Admiral Francis was constantly issuing orders, and David couldn't help but nod as he watched from the side. Admiral Francis was an extremely skilled commander, and one could tell at a glance that he had years of experience commanding warships. "Lord Arthur, we'll have to pass through the barrier up ahead." Admiral Francis turned to warn David. David also saw the black and white great world of God ahead. It was very difficult to imagine that he would enter the great world of God in this manner. The first to pass through the barrier were 5 small scout ships. A fleet could not rashly enter an unfamiliar star region without any protection. After waiting for a while, a small scout ship returned from the black and white great world of God, and a major appeared on the screen in front of Admiral Francis. "Admiral Francis, The scout ship has scanned an area of 500 kilometers. The area is safe, and we're currently setting up automatic scanners. The major reported as he saluted. Admiral Francis returned the salute. Order all fleets to enter the great world of God in defensive formation. Admiral Francis sternly ordered as he switched to the entire fleet's comms channel. Warships with various defensive capabilities entered the black and white great world of God one after another. Only after at least half of the warships had entered did David's flagship begin to enter. Report: a small number of insectoids have been discovered ahead, and the highest is no higher than rank 3. A report came from the command module as soon as they entered. The Vanguard will clear the airspace and ensure the entry of the following fleets. General Francis ordered. The small scouting ships had a limited range. Now that the truly large battleships had entered, and there were also professional early warning ships, they could observe even further areas in space. Upon receiving the order from Admiral Francis, 2,000 of the 10,000 battleships that had already entered formed a cubic formation in space. The cubic formation moved forward, and the 2,000 warships charged at the same time. David was on the flagship of the aircraft carrier. He could clearly see the progress of the warship through the command screen. Under the control of Admiral Francis, the command screen quickly shrank, and red dots appeared in front of the fleet. The red dots indicated the level and name of the insectoids. After the 2,000 battleships attacked, the red dots disappeared one by one. Although the insectoids were strong, this kind of attack that far exceeded their field of vision made it so that the insectoids could not even counterattack before they were wiped out from a distance. "I didn't expect you to be able to scout out such a long distance," David exclaimed. Although the distance looked insignificant on the command screen, the actual measurement unit of distance was tens of thousands of kilometers. The fleet has released 10,000 unmanned scouting ships. They have no problem scanning small groups of insectoids, but once an insectoid horde appears, they can only be used once. General Francis explained with a smile. The Interstellar Federation's military had a lot of experience in space battles against the insectoids. General Francis knew that they could not let any insectoids see the Federation's battleships, because that would expose the fleet's position. Then, whether it was a wormhole or a long-range energy attack, the fleet would become an accurate target of the insectoids. Therefore, they relied on the unmanned scouting ships to clear the airspace in front of them in advance. The first thing they had to do was to prevent the insectoids from getting close. "I see." David nodded. "Lord Arthur, I need your authorization. The federal military needs to use the Guardian planets to set up a defense line." General Francis said to David after the entire fleet entered the great world of God. "I agree. I have already informed the 2 level 5 temple knights stationed on the Guardian planets. I will meet up with them immediately," David said with a smile. David believed that as long as the military was given enough time, they could arm the Guardian planets to the teeth. The insectoids would not be able to get close to the Guardian planets without paying a huge price. "I will go with you to meet the 2 temple knights. I will also set up a command center on the Guardian planets." General Francis waved his hand to let another officer take his place as he turned to David. The 20,000 battleships moved forward steadily without taking any risks. After a few hours of steady progress, they finally reached the vicinity of the Guardian planets. The insectoids in space had already been cleared out after being bombarded by the 2 level 5 temple knights and the fleet's long-range main cannons. The command screen projected the scene on the Guardian planets. All the Federation soldiers were shocked by what they saw on the surface of the Guardian planets. On the surface of the Guardian planets, as long as there was an exposed area, it was covered in insectoid corpses. General Francis was still wondering what kind of war would require the great world of God to ask for help from the Interstellar Federation. Now that he saw it for himself, he understood how terrifying the situation was. The scanning device gave him the general data of the insectoid corpses. There were as many as 1 billion insectoid corpses. Even the military, who often fought insectoids, had never seen so many insectoid corpses at once. With the military's combat style, no matter how many insectoids there were in space, the chances of them being left behind after being cleared out by the main cannons of the battleships were extremely low. This is what you left behind after defeating the insectoid invasion. General Francis asked in disbelief. With so many insectoids, how could 3 Temple Knights of the 5th rank kill them all? This was the biggest question in General Francis' mind. The insectoids were not weak, in his opinion. If the military had been the ones to clear them out, the surface of the Guardian planets would have been mostly destroyed. Yes, when David answered, he was looking at the 2 figures who were moving at high speed. The command screen just happened to capture these 2 figures. Since they were one of the few living beings on the Guardian planets, the screen automatically focused on them. David saw the energy clones of the level 5 Temple Knights of Dexter and Narsen of the level 5 Temple Knight. The problem was that the energy clones of the 2 level 5 Temple Knights were cleaning up the corpses. It was rare to see the 2 level 5 Temple Knights using level 5 decomposing knives to sweep across the corpse of a level 4 insectoid, taking out the teeth, claws, and strengthened flesh on the back of the level 4 insectoid. The speed at which they were cleaning up the insectoid corpses was so fast that not many people in the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation could be faster than them. At this time, the image changed. The level 5 Temple Knight of Dexter and Narsen of the level 5 Temple Knight were also captured. They were standing on a flat area that had been cleared. It was obvious that the 2 level 5 Temple Knights had specially cleared this flat area for the great world of God's military to land. "Let's go, General Francis," David said with a smile. General Francis did not leave the flagship as he pleased. When they boarded the landing ship, there were 2 groups of communicators by their side. There were also staff officers, intelligence officers, analysts, and other professional officers accompanying them. The landing ship landed on the flat area cleared by the 2 level 5 Temple Knights. The hatch opened, and General Francis and David walked out side by side. "Let me introduce you. This is General Francis, the commander of the fleet reinforcing the great world of God. These 2 are level 5 Temple Knights of Dexter and Narsen of the level 5 Temple Knight." David introduced the 2 sides separately. "Your achievements are amazing. When I looked at the Guardian planet from space, I was stunned by the insectoid corpses on the surface of the planet." General Francis smiled and saluted. The smiles of the level 5 Temple Knight of Dexter and Narsen of the level 5 Temple Knight of Dexter could not help but freeze. They looked at each other. Almost all the insectoids on the Guardian planet were wiped out by Lord Arthur alone. The 2 of us were only helping Lord Arthur collect the spoils of war. These are the riches that belong to Lord Arthur. The level 5 Temple Knight of Dexter smiled bitterly. General Francis was shocked. He looked at Lord Arthur in shock. He never thought that all the dead insectoids on this planet, which was like a graveyard for the insectoids, were killed by Lord Arthur. Narsen of the Temple Knight, did the insectoids attack the Guardian planet again? David changed the topic. "No, the chairman sent word that they were holding back the main force of the insectoids near the spatial gate." Narsen of the level 5 Temple Knight replied. With the help of the shrines, the knights led by Chairman Gould established a defensive formation on the other side of the spatial gate. For a short period of time, they were in a deadlock with the insectoids. This greatly reduced the pressure on the Guardian planet. Without the support of the insectoids, the 2 level 5 Temple Knights were able to easily clean up the remaining insectoids. "I also need to report this to Chairman Gould." David nodded. "Lord Arthur, there's so many insectoid corpses on the Guardian planet. I'm afraid the 2 Temple Knights are too busy. We can help clean them up." General Francis did not want to change the topic, so he returned to the original one. "General Francis, how about this? I have an agreement with Grand Marshal Andre. The Interstellar Federation will get half of the Grade 1 to Grade 4 materials from the battle. However, you did not participate in the battle here. If you help clean up the insectoids, you could get a 5th of the materials." David said after some thought. It was not that he did not want to give more benefits to the Interstellar Federation, but he also had to consider the great world of God's opinion. The number of insectoid corpses here was not small. David did not care about them before because the situation was urgent. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to consider the benefits. Thank you, Lord Arthur. We will remember every single one of your rewards. General Francis' eyes sparkled. He was afraid that David would go back on his word. Before David could say anything else, General Francis turned around and whispered something to the communications officer. David could understand General Francis' thoughts. He had lived on both the Federation's War Star and the Peace Zone, so he knew how rare grade materials were in the Federation. Most of the Kaji could not even equip Grade 1 weapons, let alone add Grade 1 materials to their exoskeleton armor. Although they could obtain quite a number of insectoid corpses from Warstar every year, there were also many Kaji and Transcendent who sacrificed their lives on Warstar every year. Most of their equipment had to be left behind on Warstar to maintain combat power. There were simply too many insectoid corpses on Warstar, so many that General Francis could not ignore them. He took the initiative to subtly ask for a share of the profits. General Francis and the Federation soldiers beside him only had one thought in their minds. How much was 1/5 of a billion? How many Kaji could they equip with this amount? The harvest this time surpassed the Interstellar Federation's 10 years of harvest on Warstar, and this was a pure harvest. They did not have to pay anything. I've already discussed this with the Interstellar Federation. Warstar will be equipped with Federation weapons to stop the insectoids. Your mission is to cooperate with the Federation's battleships in battle. When you discover a Grade 5 insectoid breaking through the blockade of long-range attacks, you'll have to go and kill them. David turned around and ordered the 2 Grade 5 Temple Knights. As you command, sir. The Grade 5 Temple Knight Dexter and the Grade 5 Temple Knight Narsen bowed. The Grade 5 Temple Knight then used his Grade 5 bloodline to transmit. Lord Arthur, we've already dissected most of the Grade 4 insectoids on Warstar. We've even dissected a lot of the Grade 3 insectoids, strengthened meat, and stored over there. The Grade 5 Temple Knight, Narsen, brought David to a building that had not been completely destroyed. Inside the building were 30 spatial boxes. A portion of these spatial boxes belonged to the 2 Grade 5 Temple Knights, while the rest belonged to the Merchant Association. However, since the people of the Merchant Association had all been killed, these spatial boxes containing large amounts of resources had been taken by the 2 Grade 5 Temple Knights. Currently, these spatial boxes were all filled with materials taken from the insectoids' corpses. Thank you for your hard work. David did not reject the kindness of the 2 Grade 5 Temple Knights. He took out 10 bottles of heartwarming lotus seed soup from his spatial pendant and handed them over. Consider this your reward for your hard work. The Grade 5 Temple Knight Dexter and the Grade 5 Temple Knight Narsen were pleasantly surprised to receive the soup. It was not easy for them to get their hands on the soup on Warstar. They couldn't refuse such a reward. As for their hard work, they were saved by David, so it was only right for them to do something in return. The military moved quickly. Close to 10,000 small landing ships and transport ships landed on the surface of Warstar. Part of this was to build a defense system, while the other part was to deal with the insectoid corpses that were scattered all over the planet. No matter how much General Francis wanted the materials, he did not want to delay the preparation for war. Therefore, the insectoid corpses were dealt with at the same time as the construction of the defense system. Chapter 948. The Interstellar Federation has sent the first batch of 20,000 battleships, and they're building a defense line on the Guardian planet, Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. At this time, he was sitting in a hall in the small war shrines, surrounded by the various members of the Great World of God. Among the members of the Great World of God, except for a few, the rest were all level 5 knights. Setting up the Supreme Council at the forefront also reflected the obligations of the nobles. The Great World of God gave the nobles a high status, but the nobles also had to protect the Great World of God. During an invasion like this, no member of the council dared to be absent from the Supreme Council. Of course, there was an empty seat in the Supreme Council this time, which was Lord Arthur's seat. In just a few days, Lord Arthur became famous again, and his name spread throughout the great world of God. First, the Shrines of War released more detailed information about the battle to protect Tula Planet. Lord Arthur killed a level 5 Zerg alone, and even led 8 level 5 knights to participate in the battle. As this battle was to defend against foreign enemies, this made Lord Arthur a hero, regardless of whether it was the nobles or the civilians in the great world of God. In particular, the fact that he killed a level 5 Zerg alone made the knights further acknowledge Lord Arthur's identity as the #1 knight. After that, it was even more legendary. Lord Arthur crossed the star field of chaos and rescued the Guardian planet alone, killing 2 Zergs there and eliminating a large number of Zergs. Legend had it that Lord Arthur did this for his 2 friends, Dexter and Nelson. This made Lord Arthur seem even more powerful. Lord Arthur really knows the Interstellar Federation well. He found reinforcements so quickly. Lord Ludwig said with a smile, all the members of the Supreme Council were united in the fact that Lord Arthur represented the great world of God to the Interstellar Federation. None of them thought that Lord Arthur was not qualified. Perhaps during normal times, there would be conflicts of interest within the great world of God. But once there was an invasion, the great world of God would unite under the leadership of the shrines to protect the great world of God. Of course, the influence of Lord Arthur's strength made all the nobles not want to offend him in the slightest. Not to mention Lord Arthur's terrifying strength. The 13 level 5 knights alone were enough to make any nobles feel pressured. I think so too. According to Lord Arthur, the Interstellar Federation will send more battleships in the future. Lord Gould was also very satisfied with David's results. After all, the Lord of Gould was also responsible for this. Without the approval of the council, he had appointed David as the representative. If something went wrong, he would be in a lot of trouble. Now that the frontline base has been established, I propose a second round of enlistment. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. The great world of God had great potential. The first round of enlistment seemed to have gathered a lot of combat power, but there were not many mid-level and low-level knights who were more powerful. Now that the first barrier, Tarastar, had been unexpectedly defended due to Lord Arthur's intervention, Tarastar needed a large number of knights to participate in the defense war. The battle circle around the small war shrines in space also required the participation of level 4 Sky Knight and level 5 Night Knights, so that the knights could have more rest and rotation. Agreed. All the counselors knew that the second round of enlistment was inevitable. If the Supreme Council did not take the initiative to bring it up, they would be in a passive position when the shrines made the request. The enlistment of the shrines was forced, and the nobles who did not have the corresponding combat power would be in trouble. If the Supreme Council proposed the enlistment, they would be able to relax a little and use resources to replace combat power. Very well. Please work hard together and end this war as soon as possible, Lord Gould said as he stood up. Outside the small war shrines, the war had yet to end. The Zergs were constantly attacking the line of defense, and the light of holy light magic almost never stopped. Although there had been no deaths of knights, and only a few level 4 Sky Knights had been injured by the long-range attacks of the Zergs, everyone knew that this was just the prelude, and the real war had yet to begin. From the portal, another batch of Zergs poured out in an orderly manner. This batch of Zergs was only level 3 and did not stand out among the massive Zergs. The War Shrine's clerics in charge of scouting only noticed the appearance of a few spatial rippers when they used their holy light magic and immediately warned the knight in front. Everyone knew the function of the spatial rippers, but they were only level 3, and the wormholes they opened could only allow level 3 Zergs to pass through at most. Even with the cleric's warning, no one cared. No matter how strong the level 3 Zergs were, they could not affect the level 4 and level 5 knights. Their knight formation was not something that could be destroyed by the level 3 Zergs, not to mention the help of holy light magic. any level, 3 Zergs that entered this area would die immediately. No one noticed the batch of level 3 Zergs, and of course, even if they did, no one would recognize the name of these level 3 Zergs. This was because these were level 3 Zergs that had never appeared on Planet Battlestar, so it was normal for no one to recognize them. The battle lasted for several days, and this caused the night to become somewhat numb. As long as the clerics maintained the holy light magic, the knight only needed to pay attention to the level 4 Zergs and above. The rest of the lower-leveled Zergs would be dealt with by the holy light magic. More than 10 spatial rippers activated their spatial energy at the same time, and this kind of short-distance wormhole was very easy for them to open. Pay attention, lock onto the exit of the wormhole. The Temple Knight, in charge of the Knight formation, shouted. Before the wormhole even appeared, this level 5 Temple Knight had already sensed the change in the spatial energy. The Knight formation quickly changed, and the level 4 Sky Knights at the back surrounded the 10 or so locations where the spatial energy had changed. As long as an Zerg appeared, they would immediately attack. It had to be known that even though they were level 4 Sky Knights in the Knight formation, any level 4 Sky Knight could reach the power of a level 5 Temple Knight with a single attack. In addition, this was the spatial energy opened by the spatial rippers, so at most, only level 3 Zergs could pass through. There was no need for the level 5 Knight to return from the front to deal with them. After the Space Ripper activated the wormhole, the black insectoids rushed into the newly formed wormhole. On the other side of the Knight formation, more than 10 wormholes appeared at the same time, and the level 3 Zergs rushed out of them. As soon as the level 3 Zergs appeared, they were immediately hit by the holy light magic, and the level 4 Sky Knights attack came at the same time. Regardless of which type of attack it was a fatal threat to the level 3 black insectoids, not to mention that both attacks were coming at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. As the level 3 Zergs died, their corpses exploded in a chain reaction. The self-destructing black venom ant was a level 3 Zerg with special abilities. It was a special existence in the black venom ant colony. The self-destructing black venom ants rarely participated in battles within the black venom ant colony because they only had one attack, and that was self-destructing. The self-destructing ability of the self-destructing black venom ant colony was the most terrifying attack of the black venom ant colony. Level 3 self-destructing black venom ants didn't have any other attack methods. Once they were born, they would gather all the energy they absorbed into their abdomen and compress it through their special innate pattern. This made the self-destructing power of the self-destructing black venom ant colony reach the power of a peak level 4 Zerg. The self-destructing black venom ant's attack power could exceed its own level because this was the attack it had prepared for its entire life. It only lived for this one attack in its entire life. The self-destructing black venom ant colony's self-destruction had many special effects. Other than the poisonous fog and the power of the explosion, it could also cause the nearby energy to become chaotic. Compared to the poisonous fog and the power of the explosion, the chaotic energy was even more terrifying. Perhaps 1 or 2 self-destructing black venom ant colony self-destruction wouldn't have any effect on such a powerful night formation. But the wormhole created by the Space Ripper was very short, so it was enough for a large number of self-destructing black venom ants to pass through. The continuous explosions and the corrosion of the green poisonous fog didn't affect the level 4 Sky Knights much, but some Sky Knights could feel that the bloodline power in the Knight formation was starting to become difficult to control. The bloodline power in the Knight formation was also a type of energy. In order to be controlled by any Knight in the formation, the bloodline power would remove the repulsion towards other Knights when it was injected into the Knight formation. This made it easier for the bloodline power in the Knight formation to be affected, especially when the number of self-destructing black venom ants increased. The chaotic energy around the explosion became more and more serious. When a level 4 Sky Knight couldn't use the bloodline power in the Knight formation, he was exposed outside of the Knight formation. The explosive power of the self-destructing black venom ants immediately affected this level, 4 Sky Knight. Attacks of the same level and continuous attacks made this Sky Knight, who was forced out of the Night formation, feel his whole body tremble before he was surrounded by level 4 poison. This level, 4 Sky Knight, didn't even have time to scream before he was killed by the explosion and poison. This was only the first one. More and more level 4 Sky Knights were affected. The formation of the Night formation was thrown into chaos at the same time, and almost 30 level 4 Sky Knights were affected in an instant. Because the situation had developed too quickly, the level 5 Knight at the front didn't have time to find out what the problem was. This was the consequence of not knowing the ins and outs of the insectoids. The insectoids had strange innate abilities. Many of the insectoids that performed well on Planet Battlestar had their abilities recorded in the records of the great world of God. This knowledge was something that every knight had to know, but if an insectoid wasn't recorded, the situation would be unclear and losses would occur. In the past 10,000 years, much of the insectoids' knowledge had been slowly perfected at the cost of their lives. Change formation, pull away. The knight commanding the Night formation loudly ordered. However, it was clear that this was a wrong order. If the Night formation hadn't changed, then the chaotic energy caused by the self-destructing black venom ants wouldn't have affected so much of the area so quickly. However, if the Night formation changed on its own accord, it would require the activation of the Night formation's bloodline power. The resulting chaotic energy would cause the activation of the bloodline power to slow down. This was a Night formation made up of over 1,000 knights. A single mistake would affect the entire Night formation, not to mention that the self-destructing black venom ants at the dozens of wormholes had covered a lot of level 4 Sky Knight areas. Just as the order to change formation was given and the Night formation changed, dozens of level 4 Sky Knights were involuntarily separated from the Night formation and attacked by the self-destructing black venom ants. When the Night formation successfully pulled away from the wormholes, the number of level 4 Sky Knight casualties reached 100. This was the first time the great world of God had suffered casualties since the space battle began. Moreover, they had lost 100 level 4 Sky Knights in one fell swoop. All the Night formation felt that they were being targeted. The self-destructing black venom ants were definitely cultivated by the Zerg, specifically to destroy the Night formation. The Night formation was the most powerful tactic of the Night formation. The Zerg had probably spent a lot of effort to research a way to counter the Night formation and had indeed found a way to make the Night formation ineffective. Although this method consumed a lot of energy and required a large number of level 3 self-destructing black venom ants to self-destruct, this method was suitable for the Zerg formation. However, it had to be said that this method was very suitable for the insectoids. The cost of raising a level 3 insectoid like the self-destructing black poison ant was not high for the insectoids, but the effect it produced was enough to cause a large number of level 4 Sky Knights to die. As long as the Zerg had enough energy, they could be cultivated endlessly and quickly. Every level 4 Sky Knight in the great world of God couldn't become a level 4 Knight without decades of hard work and decades of Knight talent. It could be said that the level 4 Sky Knight formation that appeared on the battlefield were the absolute elites of the great world of God. After pulling away, the power of the self-destructing black venom ants was greatly reduced. The Knight formation didn't even need to attack, as the holy light magic would kill them as soon as they left the wormhole. The explosions and green poisonous fog were still increasing, and the chaotic energy continued to expand the area of effect. However, due to the distance, these things could no longer affect the Knight formation. The level 5 Temple Knight in charge of commanding didn't feel happy at all. He knew that he had made a mistake in commanding just now. This was unforgivable for a commander. At the same time, he became more vigilant. The Zerg's hidden abilities weren't just limited to this. The following battle might not be as easy as before. Chapter 949. After the end of the Supreme Council meeting, Chairman Gould, who had returned to the battlefield, saw the dozens of corpses that had been poisoned and destroyed by the explosion that had been sent back to the small war shrines. After asking about what had happened, his expression became extremely sullen. The Zergs had hidden their means. Perhaps they had sacrificed so many Zergs previously to observe the fighting style of the great world of God. Now that the great world of God had used all their defensive means, it was finally the Zergs' turn to show their true strength. Chairman Gould's prediction was right. The battle that followed was no longer a one-sided massacre. Although the Zergs still did not send out any level 5 Zergs, various special Zergs that had never appeared on the battle planet before, appeared one by one and caused continuous casualties to the level 4 Sky Knight. Chairman Gould, when will the second round of enlistment begin? Bishop McKinley of the War Shrines asked in a deep voice as he walked towards Chairman Gould. Unlike all the knight present, Bishop McKinley did not have much confidence in the outcome of the space war. This was a war that was above level 5, especially since the small war shrines were placed there. He knew better than Chairman Gould and the knight what that meant. The small war shrines were an extension of the war shrines, and their presence here represented the attention of the god of war. In fact, the god of war could even intervene in the battlefield through the small war shrines when necessary. There was a high possibility that the war would rise to the level of the god of war, and, at this point, the war was just a test of each other. Hence, the defense line on Tula's Star was extremely important. Of course, that also had to do with the fact that the defense line on Tula's Star was defended by the war shrines. As long as the defense line on Tula's Star existed, it would be a merit of the war shrines, which would make the war shrines proud in front of the other 4 shrines. Bishop McKinley, the Supreme Council has just passed a resolution. The second round of enlistment has begun. Chairman Gould answered, I hope to strengthen the defense of Tula's Star. We just have to maintain the night battle formation here. Bishop McKinley said softly. Chairman Gould's eyes narrowed slightly. With a wave of his hand, a level 5 bloodline power enveloped the 2 of them. Does the Shrines of War have any plans for this place? He used his rank 5 bloodline power to block out the surrounding sounds, but he was still worried, so he used his bloodline power to send a voice transmission. After knowing that Chairman Gould had always thought that this place would be the focus of the sealing of the spatial gate, he didn't expect the 105th ranked Temple Knight and the 2004th ranked Sky Knight here to complete this task. However, the presence of small war shrines meant that the war shrines could use very powerful divine spells. He had placed all his faith in the shrines, so when he heard Bishop McKinley's words, how could he not be worried? Haven't you realized that this is no longer an ordinary racial war? Once the insectoids get the chance, they'll attack with all their might. They'll use everything they have, even God tier. Bishop McKinley explained, not wanting to hide anything from Chairman Gould. Then what are we doing here? Chairman Gould continued to ask. Buying time so that the shrines have time to set up a defensive line. Bishop McKinley replied, but the knight here are the foundation of the great world of God. We can't lose them here. Chairman Gould said in a low voice, the shrines of Temple Knights will be protected by the shrines. Bishop McKinley replied calmly. Chairman Gould was silent. He understood what Bishop McKinley meant. The Temple Knights were protected by the shrines, while the Sky Knights had to fend for themselves. As the chairman who had issued the order to summon these knights, Chairman Gould didn't want this to happen, but he couldn't change the will of the shrines. He could only hope that when they retreated, the Sky Knights would be able to follow and reduce the losses as much as possible. The following battle was even more intense. All kinds of Zergs with special innate abilities appeared continuously. They used all kinds of strange methods to deplete the life of the level 4 Sky Knight again and again. However, the level 5 Temple Knight didn't suffer any losses. This was also related to the fact that the Zergs didn't send out any level 5 Zergs. Of course, this also successfully blocked the Zergs from sending out combat forces through the portal. Whether it was Tula or the Guardian Planet, they couldn't continue to mobilize the Zergs to attack. As more and more Zergs with special innate abilities appeared, all the night could feel the determination of the Zergs. Be careful. These Zergs aren't afraid of the divine light spell. Bishop McKinley, who was commanding the priests, loudly warned. This was a batch of Zergs that had just appeared from the portal. There was nothing special about them. They had all appeared before. However, this batch of Zergs was a little different. When they charged into the range of the divine light spell, although a small part of their bodies showed signs of corrosion, they didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Even the level 1 and 2 Zergs were able to resist the attack of the divine light spell. This sudden change caught the knight a little off guard. Bishop McKinley's warning was timely, but a few level 4 Sky Knight were injured. At this time, everyone discovered that this batch of Zergs had a layer of armor made of tiny Zergs. It was this layer of armor that greatly reduced the effect of the divine light spell. Are these low-level Zergs specially made for the divine light spell? President Gould didn't participate in the battle. He stood with the priests as the commander. He quietly asked Bishop McKinley. It was rumored that the Zergs would mutate according to certain environments to adapt to them. The area illuminated by the divine light spell was an environment that the Zergs couldn't live in. In order to adapt to this environment, the Zergs could only mutate. In the past, this kind of mutation would take many years to complete. In just a day or so, Zergs that could resist the divine light spell had appeared. President Gould hoped that he guessed wrong. Otherwise, the Zergs' ability to adapt was too terrifying. I'm afraid so. These Zergs aren't even level 1. They must have been modified at the last minute. The Zergs have a special ability to modify life forms. Bishop McKinley said helplessly. The believers of the evil god couldn't resist the divine light spell after tens of thousands of years, but the Zergs only took a day to do it. Although it was a cheap trick, using little bugs that had no fighting power to be modified to resist the light divine arts, and then distributed to the surface of the combat bug bodies. It was indeed effective. The knight was once again caught in a difficult battle. President Gould had to send out all of his reserve forces. He couldn't save any more at this time. The Zerg tide was turbulent. The white blood power of the knight and the green Zerg blood, as well as the colorful energy attacks, formed a heroic picture of space war. The insectoids, who were hidden in the insectoid swarm like assassins, had more opportunities to attack in this situation. They wouldn't attack a level 5 Temple Knight because their attacks couldn't do much damage to a level 5 Temple Knight. They focused their attacks on level 4 Sky Knights. Level 4 Sky Knights were constantly injured. Even with the constant healing of the priests, there were still level 4 Sky Knights that fell from time to time. After a large amount of consumption, the Zergs were finally able to fight hand-to-hand with the Knight. After all, the Knight wasn't a perpetual motion machine. There was a limit to how much energy the War Priest could use to recover the Knight's physical strength. This kind of super intense battle consumed a lot of physical strength and energy, and the effect of the Divine Light spell was getting weaker and weaker. Moreover, the continuous loss of level 4 Sky Knights was also weakening the power of the Knight battle formation. The Zergs didn't care about consumption, but the great world of God couldn't afford it. Although the Knight could kill a large number of Zergs every time they swung their weapons, it didn't matter. The space left by the dead Zergs was immediately filled by more Zergs. As long as these Zergs got close to the Knight battle formation, they would use all kinds of methods to bite and gnaw at the bloodline power shield of the Knight battle formation. Under this kind of attack, the bloodline power that maintained the Knight battle formation was also constantly being consumed. The white-hot battle reduced the number of Knights, and at the same time, the Knight battle formation had to be tightened. The Knight battle formation protected the small battle shrines. Once the Knight battle formation was too small, the small battle shrines would be exposed to the attacks of the Zergs. At this time, the War Priests were also doing their best. All kinds of auxiliary and offensive divine light spells were madly cast, but these could only slightly slow down the advance of the Zerg tide. Chairman Gould, when will the reinforcements arrive? This was not the first Knight to ask Chairman Gould this question, but Chairman Gould couldn't give an accurate answer. Follow the arrangements of the shrines. Chairman Gould could only respond like this. He also joined the Knight battle formation and used his own power to resist the attacks of the Zergs. A war like the portal bought time for the other parties. David had the clearest view of the situation. He himself was on the Guardian planet, while his rank 5 Temple Knight avatar was stationed at the space gate and the defensive line of Tula's star. On Tula, he saw 5 huge shrines being built quickly. Countless components made of precious materials were being built like building blocks. In just over a day, the 5 huge shrines had been erected in the main city of Tula. The 5 shrines stood side by side in a pentagon, increasing the range of the war space. The 5 gigantic temples provided energy for the warring space formation, allowing the warring space to cover almost the entire starfield with the Twaila star as the center. David sensed the terror of the gods through the 8-level 5 night shrines. The 5 gods had strengthened the war space to such a degree that it almost built a barrier outside the starfield of chaos. He never knew that the shrines had so many level 5 night knights. There were many unfamiliar faces, and some were not even in the noble's information. In just a few days, the shrines had deployed as many as 40 level 5 night knights on Tula, all of them wearing rune knight armor. Relying on these 40 level 5 knight who could teleport freely in the entire starfield, they could deal a heavy blow to the Zergs. David's 8 level 5 knight did not have the opportunity to obtain rune knight armor, so they could only move around on the surface of Tula. In fact, Tula no longer needed the help of David's level 5 knight, but David had no intention of withdrawing his level 5 knights. He saw the situation at the portal and knew that war would soon descend on Tula. He could not change the situation, so he could only do his best to contribute to the safety of the great world of God. After a day, the Guardian planet was also changing. All the Zerg corpses on the surface of the planet were collected, and all kinds of defensive weapons were deployed on the Guardian planet. The Interstellar Federation also had a large number of heavy defensive weapons delivered from the logistics ships. The entire Guardian planet was like a huge construction site. Engineers in exoskeleton armor were constantly busy. In the newly built underground command post, David and Admiral Francis were watching the image in front of a screen. On the screen was the installation of the Giant Star Destroyer cannon. Lord Arthur, the energy of the Giant Star Destroyer cannon must be provided by the great world of God. Is there a problem with that? Admiral Francis asked with a smile. It was not that Admiral Francis was stingy, but the energy consumption of the Giant Star Destroyer cannon was too high. In this kind of reinforcement war, it was normal for the reinforcements to provide a huge amount of energy. Admiral Francis did not want to use this kind of thing as a favor. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself when he returned. Most importantly, although the logistics transportation channel had been established, this kind of superweapon that could only consume top-grade krypton crystals required too much. Relying on the 7th Fleet's supply alone, the amount of krypton crystals that could be used was limited, and its effect would be greatly reduced. David was not surprised and replied with a smile, "No problem. Chairman Gould authorized me to use the Battlestar resources. It should be enough for this Giant Star Destroyer cannon's consumption." Other than aircraft carriers, no other warship could install the Giant Star Destroyer cannon. This was not just because of the energy, but also because of the force of the Giant Star Destroyer cannon. Only a warship of the size of an aircraft carrier could withstand it. The Giant Star Destroyer cannon also had strong radiation, so it could not be installed on an administrative planet. Fortunately, the Guardian planet was also a military facility. In addition, some of the humans on the Guardian planet had died from the attack of the insectoids, so the Interstellar Federation military did not have to worry about installing the Giant Star Destroyer cannon on the Guardian planet. Admiral Francis had a satisfied smile on his face as he said, "In this case, it will be easier to defend the Guardian planet." David had a lot of theoretical knowledge, but this was the first time he had seen a real army-level war with his own eyes. He was very surprised by the Interstellar Federation's war preparations. To be honest, he had always underestimated the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Federation was able to stand side by side with the insectoids and the great world of God. Of course, they had the ability to survive. According to David's observation, with the military power near the Guardian planet, as long as the logistics were in time, 10 times the insectoids would not be a problem. The only thing to worry about was the level 5 insectoids. This depended on whether the giant Star Destroyer cannon could accurately hit them. Chapter 950. David went to a place where no one was around and took out the Lord Communication Circle. First, he sent a message to Chairman Gould, reporting the situation on the Guardian planet. Then, he sent a message to the Warring Star, requesting the top-grade kryptonite to be transported to the Guardian planet. Just as he was about to put away the Lord Communication Circle, a message came from the Lord Communication Circle. Lord Arthur, if the situation is not right, please return to the Warring Star. Don't worry about the Guardian planet. Your safety is the most important thing. Don't mention the following to anyone. This war with the insectoids is likely to involve a battle between gods. Please stay away from the center of the war as much as possible. If something happens to me, please take care of my family. The shrines have sent news that the space gate was activated by the Death God. The Death God has already awakened from his slumber. You have killed many of the Death God's level 5 bishops, so be careful. Chairman Gould's message was encrypted using the main family's special encryption method. It was also the encryption method used by the main family to pass on important information to David. David had the corresponding decryption method. When David saw this message, his first thought was that Chairman Gould was preparing for the worst. This could be considered his last words. What he was most concerned about was not the battle between the great world of God and the insectoid world, but the awakening of the Death God. As long as David stayed far away from the God-level battle between the God-level great world and the insectoid great world, he would not be affected. In particular, David did not dare to get too close to the shrines, let alone participate in a battle between gods. What David was most worried about was the awakening of the Death God. He had never received this news before. Chairman Gould had taken a great risk by telling this news to David. It must be known that only the Twilight of the Gods and the 5 shrines knew about the awakening of the Death God. If it was not for Chairman Gould's special identity, the shrines would not have leaked this news to him. Once the news of the Grim Reaper's awakening was leaked, the consequences would be terrifying. All kinds of panic were inevitable. In fact, the Grim Reaper's awakening could only cause damage to the great world of God. It was not realistic to want to cause any great damage, because as long as the God of Death dared to leave the small world, even for a breath, he would be captured by the network of shrines all over the great world of God. The God of Death would also become a sacrifice for the shrines, like many gods who had awakened before. Naturally, the awakening of the God of Death could speed up the production of his followers. However, the growth of his followers also required time, especially when all the level 5 bishops of the God of Death had been killed. It would not be easy to cultivate new level 5 bishops. According to the judgment of the 5 shrines, the God of Death would lie low for a period of time, slowly gathering believers, relying on the faith of the believers to accumulate enough divine power to be promoted to a level 5 bishop. Therefore, the 5 shrines were hiding the news of the God of Death. David had a good relationship with the shrines, so he did not receive any news. The Black Dragon Alexis felt David's emotions and could not help but ask through the master-servant contract, "Sir Arthur, what happened?" The Black Dragon Alexis's senses were very sensitive. He sensed that David's emotional fluctuations were related to him. David thought of the Black Dragon Alexis, and the worry in his heart could not help but lessen. The God of Death was indeed very terrifying. He had offended the God of Death. From killing the level 5 bishop of the God of Death, to taking the God of Death's divine weapon, the dimensional anchor stone, to killing the God of Death's incarnation, all of these were enough to make the God of Death want to kill him. Anyone who was targeted by the God of Death would probably be worried and afraid. "Alexis, if you were to fight with the one who imprisoned you now, what are your chances of winning?" David asked in return. As someone who was targeted by the God of Death, David did not want to mention the God of Death's name at all, especially when the God of Death was already awake. The Black Dragon Alexis thought for a moment and replied seriously, "It's hard to say. It depends on how much divine power he has left. If he has a lot of divine power, and my soul has not recovered, the best result would be a loss for both sides." David frowned slightly. This result showed that the black dragon Alexis was not confident enough. David had not reached the god level, so he did not know how much of an impact a damage soul would have on a battle between gods. Take the black dragon Alexis, for example. Although most of its combat power was in close combat, the damage to its soul caused its soul defense to drop a lot. It was difficult for it to effectively defend against many soul attacks. The god of death was an expert in soul attacks. If the black dragon Alexis with an injured soul were to fight against the god of death, it would depend on how much divine power the god of death had left to perform soul attacks. The black dragon Alexis did not have any intention of deceiving David. It and David were one. That one has awakened, David said in a deep voice. What? The black dragon Alexis was shocked, and its aura was tumbling. Fortunately, David and the black dragon Alexis had a master-servant contract. He quickly reminded the black dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. This was the great world of God. As long as the black dragon Alexis exposed its god-level aura in the great world of God, what awaited the black dragon Alexis would be the pursuit of the 5 shrines. Even David would become a target. David did not dare to underestimate the abilities of the shrines. Through divine spells, shrines could make many impossible things possible. Finding some clues was not a problem. The black dragon Alexis quickly suppressed its aura. It was naturally very excited about the news of the god of death's awakening. The god of death had hurt it so deeply that it was engraved in its bones. As long as it was still alive, it would kill the god of death. However, according to the black dragon Alexis' judgment of the god of death situation, it quickly came to a conclusion. The black dragon Alexis also understood what David was worried about and said, Lord Arthur, don't worry. Although that guy has awakened, according to my judgment, he definitely did not awaken on his own. If that's the case, the divine power that he can retain is very limited. I still have a chance to defeat him. Alexis, try your best to recover your soul. I will provide you with soul energy. I also need to strengthen myself. That one has awakened, and we will encounter him sooner or later. We have to increase our strength to have a better chance. David was worried that the black dragon Alexis would ask to fight, so he persuaded it. I have waited for tens of thousands of years. It doesn't matter if I wait a little longer, the black dragon Alexis said in a deep voice. It was different from what David had imagined. Although hatred was important, the black dragon Alexis knew that if it was not strong enough, it would not be revenge, but death. If David was not there, the black dragon Alexis might still fight the god of death because the black dragon Alexis' lifespan was limited. After tens of thousands of years of torture, it did not have much lifespan left. Of course, no matter how short the black dragon Alexis' lifespan was, it was still calculated in tens of thousands of years. However, after the black dragon Alexis followed David, it could share David's immortal life force. With enough immortal life force, a god-level body could have endless life force. There are different types of god-level bodies. For example, a god who became a god through faith needed believers to maintain its existence. As long as the believers did not disappear, the god would exist forever. Even if the god fell, the faith of the believers could allow the god to be reborn from the turbulence of time and space. This kind of god was, in a sense, immortal and indestructible, but this immortality was based on the immortality of the believers. The believers were fragile. The gods could also solve this problem by leaving the souls of their believers in their own small worlds. These souls of the believers with strong faith could bring the gods' continuous power of faith. Therefore, generally speaking, as long as the small worlds of the gods existed and the souls of the gods were not destroyed, the gods would wake up one day no matter how long they slept. Of course, this was only an ideal situation. The souls of the believers in the small worlds would slowly weaken over time. Without the help of the gods to strengthen them, the souls of the believers would eventually die. Therefore, after a normal god fell, it was possible for them to be resurrected through a small world, but most gods did not have the ability to do so. The giant dragons were different. The giant dragons relied on their own strength to reach the god level. Their lifespan was long, but there would be an end. The black dragon Alexis relied on David's immortal life force. It did not have to worry about its lifespan, so it naturally had enough time to prepare for revenge. David was thinking that as soon as this war was over, he would go into seclusion. Now that he was in the stage of rapid improvement, and the legendary rank was only a transitional stage, there were not many bottlenecks. With the guidance of the black dragon Alexis, he was confident that he could advance in the shortest time possible. Lord Arthur, the insectoid corpses have all been taken care of. Please go and take a look. When General Francis saw David again, he immediately stepped forward and said to the 2 level 5 temple knights beside him, "You too, please come with us." Although General Francis did not say it explicitly, he actually wanted the 2 level 5 knights to be witnesses. Although the 2 level 5 knights did not count the specific number of insectoid corpses, the 2 level 5 knights had a rough idea of the number of insectoid corpses. The 2 level 5 knights naturally did not refuse. They also wanted to ensure that Lord Arthur's interests were not infringed. The place where the insectoid corpses were taken care of was a row of huge warehouses. Tens of thousands of Kaji in exoskeleton armor took 2 days to take care of all the insectoid corpses. It should be known that these Kaji had undergone professional training in dissecting insectoid corpses in the military. They could guarantee the speed and quality of the dissection. After entering the huge warehouse, David did not smell the stench that he imagined. He knew that this was the effect of the Interstellar Federation's insectoid deodorant. Otherwise, with so many insectoid corpses gathered together, the smell alone would be unbearable. In this huge warehouse were David's materials. There were so many of them that even if they were of a lower grade, it was still a terrifying amount of wealth. The level 5 knight Dexter and the level 5 knight Nelson could be considered to have seen the world, but when they saw the amount of materials in front of them, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The amount of materials was just too huge. Although they had a rough estimate in their hearts, when this number appeared in the form of a physical object in front of them, they were still shocked. However, the 2 level 5 knights immediately reacted. They stepped forward and carefully counted the materials. The Kaji of the Interstellar Federation were very professional. Every grade of material was packed in thousands of pieces. The packaging was also made of transparent materials, so the interior could be seen at a glance. Therefore, although the amount of materials was frighteningly huge, the 2 level 5 knights were still able to quickly calculate the amount without any mistakes. David did not have the nerve to disturb the enthusiasm of the 2 level 5 knights, so he could only follow the 2 level 5 knights to count the materials. In fact, he had already scanned with his mind, and with the help of his 101 soul avatars, the amount of materials in this batch had already been counted clearly by him. Admiral Francis would not play any tricks on this, as it would not be worth it if he ended up on the wrong side of David. "Lord Arthur, the amount is about right." The level 5 knight Dexter turned to David and said. David smiled and nodded. He then scanned with his mind and collected the materials into his spatial pendant. The huge warehouse was filled with materials, and all of them were collected by David into his spatial pendant. Admiral Francis could not help but glance at David, guessing how big his spatial item was. After that, they went to another huge warehouse. This was where the strengthened meat was stored. Again, the 2 level 5 knights helped to count it, and then David put it away. "Lord Arthur, do you need the rest of the insectoid corpses?" Although Admiral Francis knew that David was unlikely to want the worthless parts, he still asked. "No need. I'll leave them to you," David said with a smile. David knew very well that the insectoid corpses were indeed worthless to the great world of God after being processed like this, but they were still valuable to the Interstellar Federation, especially the shells of level 3 and level 4 insectoids, which were materials used to make exoskeleton armor. Many of the top exoskeleton armor materials had level 3 and level 4 insectoid shells. Even the shells of level 1 and level 2 insectoids were an important component of intermediate exoskeleton armor. Just this huge batch of insectoid corpses, not counting the materials and the strengthened meat, was a huge benefit to the federal military. However, David did not have the time to think about this. These insectoid corpses were only valuable to the Federation. Admiral Francis' eyes flashed with joy. The harvest this time had exceeded his expectations. The transport ships that came to deliver supplies did not have to return empty. The harvest this time was enough for him to build up his prestige in the military. Outside the Guardian planet, the first batch of spaceships from planet Battlestar arrived. They were responsible for transporting the top-level kryptonite strategic resources, and they alternated with the federal military transport ships. Chapter 951. If that was the end of the great world of God, then perhaps the border between the great world of God and the great world of God was the end of the great world of God. In this star field, countless Federation warships were hovering in space, all of them aimed at the chaotic star field inside the great world of God. Occasionally, a warship would fire its main cannons, shooting blinding energy beams into the depths of space. Everything beyond the horizon had become a forbidden zone for the insectoids. Currently, the insectoids had not started a large-scale war, and the small number of insectoids present were all scouts. Within the area protected by the warships, the Guardian planet was now filled with fangs, and all sorts of defensive weapons pierced the sky. The giant planet-destroying cannons were even more terrifying. Behind the Federation fleet and the Guardian planet, there was a constant stream of Federation transport ships and spaceships from the great world of God, delivering large amounts of supplies. A battlefield had been prepared for the insectoids, and they were only waiting for the insectoids to arrive. Dexter Temple Knight and Nelson Temple Knight had also left the Guardian planet. They entered the battle preparation area of the carrier, ready to deal with the level 5 insectoids at any time. David could sense the battle on the other side of the portal, so he knew that the battle on the Guardian planet would not start anytime soon. As long as the battle on the other side of the portal was not over, the insectoids would not be able to send more troops to attack the Guardian planet. Naturally, he did not voice his thoughts. He only hoped that the battle on the other side of the portal could be delayed, and that there would not be an unexpected battle. Lord Arthur, the second batch of reinforcements has arrived. General Francis turned to David and said, This was the underground command center of the Guardian planet, and David was here as the representative of the great world of God. How many battleships are there? When David heard Admiral Francis's words, he calmed down a little and asked aloud, 10,000 warships, with a carrier as the flagship. General Francis replied with a smile. Looks like this is the backup the Federation prepared for you. How long until the reinforcements arrive? David nodded and asked. General Francis was not surprised by Lord Arthur's familiarity with the Federation. Lord Arthur was also from the Federation. The reinforcements will take at least 5 days. As long as we can hold on for 5 days, more Federation warships will arrive. General Francis replied. David knew very well that the carrier had to travel with a large fleet. Since the carrier could not travel through portals, it could only travel through a long interstellar journey. Although the Interstellar Federation had set up many defensive lines near the war zone, and many fleets were not too far away from the war zone, the reinforcements could not destroy the original defense mission. They could only be transferred from the reserve fleets, which greatly affected the time of reinforcements. I hope we can make it, David said in a low voice. General Francis did not understand why Lord Arthur, who was extremely confident before, was so pessimistic now. David's mind was no longer here. His mind had entered the soul of the Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, watching the battle in space up close. Knight of the Sanctum, release your energy clones. President Gould's order came from the Knight formation. Due to the continuous loss of level 4 Sky Knight, the Knight formation was shrinking too quickly. If this continued, the small war shrines would be exposed outside of the Knight formation. All Knights were taught one thing since they were young, and that was to use their lives to protect the gods. No matter which god the Knight believed in, the 5 gods were the target of the Knight's protection. Letting the ugly insectoids desecrate the war shrines was something that every Knight could not accept. After President Gould gave the order, except for David's 5-level 5 Knight of the Sanctum, the rest of the Knight of the Sanctum summoned their energy clones. David's 5 Sanctum Knight energy clones had all been destroyed long ago, with the 109 level 5 Sanctum Knight summoning 104 energy clones. The power of the Knight formation greatly increased. The insectoids could no longer advance. However, none of the Knight was happy because energy clones were not suitable for such a long battle of attrition. The level 5 bloodline power in the energy clones were limited, and under high-intensity battle consumption, they could not last more than half a day at most. Looking at the insectoids in front of them, more and more insectoids were pouring out of the portal to join the battle. It was as if there were endless insectoids behind the portal. Not to mention half a day, even if the battle went on for 10 days, it would not affect the insectoids' investment. As the battle continued and no reinforcements came, the Knight understood that this battle was a war of attrition. They did not know how long it would drag on. The morale of the Knight was also declining slowly. No matter how much President Gould and the priests encouraged them, the morale of the Knight could only rise for a short time before continuing to decline. At this point, everyone could see that without reinforcements, this battle would end with the defeat of the Knight side. As if it had received some order, a huge fat level 5 insectoid in front of the portal moved. This was a howling worm king. The most eye-catching part of its body was its mouth that occupied more than half of its head. Be careful. The priests who had been observing the situation near the portal through divine spells warned loudly. From the beginning of the battle until now, the insectoids had not sent out any level 5 insectoids to fight the Knight battle formation. They did not know the specific reason, but if the insectoids sent out a level 5 insectoid, it must be to strengthen the attack. Now that the Knight battle formation was barely able to withstand the insectoid attack, if the Knight battle formation was not careful, it was very likely that the battle formation would collapse. The Howling Worm King only moved slightly to the front and opened its mouth. Its 20-meter-long fat body quickly expanded into a ball as if it was being inflated. When the Howling Worm King's body had completely turned into a ball, a terrifying level 5 energy surged within its body and gushed out towards its open mouth under its stimulation. In front of the Howling Worm King, a formless sound wave was blasted forward. David, who was controlling the Knight of Harlow's Sanctum, was shocked. He was very familiar with this ability. It was the high-frequency sound wave talent ability. Of course, with the Howling Worm King's level, the high-frequency sound wave talent ability it used was much higher than David's high-frequency sound wave talent ability. From David's experience, the high-frequency sound wave talent ability activated by the Howling Worm King should be a level 5 talent ability. The level 5 high-frequency sound wave made David, who knew the power of high-frequency sound wave, wary. He hurriedly called upon his main body, which was far away on the Guardian planet, to activate the high-frequency sound wave innate ability. Of course, with the bodies of the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights, even if they called out the high-frequency sound wave talent ability, they would not be able to use it. This was mainly because they lacked the transformation from the high-frequency sound wave knowledge light ball. However, David did not want the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights to use the high-frequency sound wave talent ability. He only wanted them to use the high-frequency sound wave talent ability to reduce the damage of the level 5 high-frequency sound wave. The high-frequency sound wave of the Howling Worm King first swept through the insect tide. Under the deliberate control of the Howling Worm King, the insect tide was not affected in the slightest. When the high-frequency sound wave arrived in front of the Knight formation, it easily passed through the energy shield of the Knight formation. This was not a physical attack, nor was it a pure energy attack. The Bloodline Power Shield could not completely block it. The experienced Knight immediately used his Bloodline Power to protect his ears. This way, after being weakened by the energy shield of the Knight formation, and after being weakened by the Bloodline Power, the level 5 high-frequency sound wave could not do much damage. On the small war shrines, Dozens of priests prepared new divine spells at the same time. This was a divine spell to counter the high-frequency sound wave. David controlled the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights to quickly move forward from the center of the Knight formation. With his Grandmaster mastery of the Knight formation, this movement did not cause any chaos in the Knight formation. The 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights lined up at the very front of the Knight formation. A strange frequency rose from their bodies, and at this time, the level 5 high-frequency sound wave surged over. Some of the level 5 Sanctum Knights, beside the 5 level 5 Knights, were able to resist the attack of the level 5 high-frequency sound wave through the protection of their bloodline power or their tough bodies. But the level 4 Sky Knights behind them suffered a great loss. Even if the level 5 high-frequency sound wave was weakened, it was still not something these level 4 Sky Knights could resist. The level 4 Sky Knights gave up on a Knight formation. They helplessly used their hands to protect their ears. But how could the level 5 high-frequency sound wave be so easy to resist? Blood continuously flowed out of their noses and mouths. Fortunately, the level 4 Sky Knights had flying mounts that could share their life force. This made their life force very strong, and the number of level 4 Sky Knights who died on the spot was not many. But because the level 4 Sky Knights left the Knight formation, they had to face the tide of insects directly. In a short 2 breaths of time, the level 5 high-frequency sound wave ended, and at least 200 level 4 Sky Knights were either killed or swallowed by the insect tide. In the Knight formation, the only ones who didn't cause any chaos were behind David's 5 level 5 Temple Knights. The level 4 Sky Knights behind them weren't affected in the slightest, and all the power of the level 5 high-frequency sound wave was blocked by the 5 level 5 Temple Knights. But even so, the Knights' losses this time were great enough, especially since many of the energy clones had suffered from the level 5 high-frequency sound wave, and their level 5 bloodline power had been greatly reduced. Apart from the level 4 Sky Knights behind David's 5 level 5 Temple Knights, the rest of the level 4 Sky Knights were more or less injured and couldn't display their initial fighting strength even if they forced themselves to join the battle. The situation of the battle immediately changed after the Howling Worm King's attack. In truth, if the level 5 Temple Knights were to directly fight the Howling Worm King, 3 level 5 Knights would be enough to kill an insect like the Howling Worm King that didn't specialize in close combat. If an ability was used appropriately, it could completely turn the tide of a battle, and the Howling Worm King had done just that. Of course, the most important thing was that the level 5 high-frequency sound wave had never appeared on Warstar before, so the Great World of God didn't understand this ability at all. Otherwise, the Great World of God would definitely have a way to deal with it. Divine spells fell one after another, adding a layer of membrane to the Knights' bodies. The Howling Worm King's level 5 high-frequency sound wave ability was activated a second time, and the sound wave once again surged forward from behind. The Knight, who were already prepared, buffed themselves with their bloodline power and sealed their ears. When the level 5 high-frequency sound wave came into contact with the membrane on their bodies, the membrane constantly shook and blocked the level 5 high-frequency sound wave. This didn't mean that the Shrine's divine spells could contend against the level 5 high-frequency sound wave, but with the buff from the small war shrines, the divine spells of the several dozen shrines had greatly increased in power. Since they were targeted divine spells, the effect was naturally very good. When the Howling Worm King saw that its ability was blocked, it shook its huge body in dissatisfaction. It then activated the level 5 high-frequency sound wave again. This time, the level 5 high-frequency sound wave was completely different from before. It shot toward Chairman Gould in a straight line. As a level 5 insectoid, the Howling Worm King specialized in high-frequency attacks, so it naturally didn't have only one ability. This kind of single-target attack was its strongest ability. David was only remotely controlling the Harlow Temple Knight, but the soul of this Harlow Temple Knight was his soul avatar and shared his sense of danger. When the Howling Worm King reorganized its attack, he felt a strong sense of danger. However, When he sensed the howling Worm King's target, his expression changed. Without any hesitation, David controlled the Harlow Temple Knight and moved 20 meters to the side in the knight's formation, blocking in front of Chairman Gould. David chose to block the danger for Chairman Gould, even though he knew it was dangerous. He would rather sacrifice his own Temple Knight than see Chairman Gould in danger. It wasn't that David didn't care about the life of the Harlow Temple Knight. As soon as he rushed to block Chairman Gould, a small mouthful of indestructible life force was already inside the knight's stomach. Although it was affected by the special frequency of the high-frequency sound wave, the Harlow Temple Knight's body still couldn't help but shake. His bones made a series of crisp sounds. The skin all over his body cracked at the same time, and blood spurted out. This was only the external injury. The most serious one was the brain of the Harlow Temple Knight, which was suffering an overwhelming impact. If it were any other knight, they would have died long ago. The indestructible life force inside the Harlow Temple Knight first repaired his brain. After that, he forcibly stopped the indestructible life force repair. Chapter 952. David didn't want the rest of the Knight Templars to notice any clues. Most of the injuries were healed in an instant, and this kind of healing potion that could have such an effect on a level 5 body was likely to make people think of something bad. Especially in front of the priests of the Shrines of War, the existence of the indestructible life force might be exposed. When the Howling Worm King used the level 5 high-frequency sound wave, Speaker Gould felt the threat of death. He was in the Knight Battle Formation, but unlike David, who had mastered the Knight Battle Formation and could move freely in the formation, Speaker Gould knew deeply that if his movement destroyed the operation of the Knight Battle Formation, his behavior was likely to kill many knights. The hesitation before the danger made him lose the best time to dodge. The mastery of the Knight Battle Formation was not something that every knight could master. Although there were always Grandmaster-level Knight Battle Formations in the top noble families, they were all geniuses who were selected from many Knight Battle Formations and trained for a long time. With Speaker Gould's status, how could he have the time to study the Knight Battle Formation? And geniuses with the talent of the Knight Battle Formation were rare. At least, Speaker Gould was not one of them. Just when Speaker Gould's scalp was tingling, his danger perception made his hair stand on end, and the breath of death was coming toward him. A figure stood in front of him. His danger perception disappeared instantly, and Speaker Gould also saw the Harlow Temple Knight, whose body was distorted irregularly. If this wasn't space, the Harlow Temple Knight would have been paralyzed on the ground. "Harlow Temple Knight, how are you?" Speaker Gould exclaimed, then turned to the priest behind him and shouted, "Save him!" Without Speaker Gould's reminder, several divine healing spells had already fallen on the Harlow Temple Knight. These spells were barely effective on a level 5 knight, but they still alleviated the injury of the knight. "Lord Ludwig, the battle formation is under your command," Speaker Gould said to Lord Ludwig, who was not far away. After that, he pulled the Harlow Temple Knight's body and retreated to the small shrines. All the knights present saw the Harlow Temple Knight's actions, and their eyes were full of envy. This was not the first time the Harlow Temple Knight saved Speaker Gould. On the way to this battlefield, it was the Harlow Temple Knight who sacrificed his energy avatar with 4 other knights to save Speaker Gould's starship and all the starships behind it. All the knights understood why. The Harlow Temple Knight was Lord Arthur's subordinate, but the knights did not expect Lord Arthur's ability to control his subordinates to be so strong. Or rather, the Harlow Temple Knight and the other knights were so loyal to Lord Arthur. The Harlow Temple Knight was a powerhouse who had mastered powerful combat abilities. It was almost impossible for them to sacrifice their lives for anyone unless it was for God. Even without the supervision of the shrines, some level 5 knight would not show the determination to fight to the death for God. Just now, the Harlow Temple Knight used his own body to block a fatal blow. All the level 5 knight present felt the terrible danger. Speaker Gould was also anxious. He was worried about the Harlow Temple Knight's injury. On the one hand, the Harlow Temple Knight saved him. On the other hand, if the Harlow Temple Knight died, how would he face Lord Arthur? Since the Howling Worm King's attack had been used once, and with the existence of the small shrines, there was naturally no chance for it to be used again. On the small shrines, the priests cast one divine spell after another. The divine spell set up a sound barrier in front of the Knight formation. This barrier was not affected by physical and energy attacks. It only blocked sound waves. The Howling Worm King did not intend to continue attacking. It wobbled its body back to the portal gate. The attack just now was not simple. It consumed a lot of the Howling Worm King's energy. Since the Knight formation was prepared, the Howling Worm King did not continue to consume energy. This was going to be a long war. There was plenty of time for it to be slowly consumed. Please check the injuries of the Harlow Temple Knight. Speaker Gould took the Harlow Temple Knight into the small shrines and found the priest in charge of treatment. The priest waved his hand and cast a divine spell on the Harlow Temple Knight. The Harlow Temple Knight's injuries were also checked. Speaker Gould, the Harlow Temple Knight's injuries are stable. With the help of the potion, he will recover in about 10 days. The priest took out the potion of the war shrines and said. Speaker Gould let out a long sigh of relief. The worry in his heart was gone. However, he still understood what kind of injury it was for a level 5 Temple Knight to use the potion of the war shrines and need 10 days to recover. It almost meant that the Harlow Temple Knight had been on the verge of death. Please take care of the Harlow Temple Knight for me. Speaker Gould did not have time to stay here for long. He was still needed outside. He bowed to the priest and said, This is my job. Please don't worry. The priest quickly bowed back. David naturally knew about the injuries of the Harlow Temple Knight. The injuries he controlled were just the limit of ordinary injuries. If it was more serious, it would be a miracle for him to recover in the future. The Harlow Temple Knight stayed in the small war shrines. David also switched his mind to the soul of Mike Temple Knight on the battlefield. In the small world of the God of War sat on his throne and looked at the battlefield with interest. He did not care about the result of the war. After all, the great world of God was his and the other 4 gods' world. The Zerg invasion would end sooner or later. What the God of War was interested in was a war of this scale. It was much more fun than the simulated wars in his small world. Until now, the God of War did not feel threatened by the Zerg invasion. The 5 gods had controlled the great world of God for too long. Even if there were times when the evil gods would awaken during the 10,000 years of peace, it was just a change in the ordinary life. The small war shrines were like the antennae of the God of War. He could observe the battlefield more directly through the small war shrines. He could also directly intervene in the war when necessary. The death of the level 4 Sky Knight did not make the God of War show any mercy. Even when Speaker Gould was in fatal danger, the God of War treated it as a good show. In the eyes of the God of War, the lives of the great world of God were just ants. The level 5 Temple Knight was just a slightly stronger ant. This was related to the long life of the God of War. He had seen too many short lives and was used to being indifferent to life. It was only when the Harlow Temple Knight risked his life to block the fatal blow for Speaker Gould that the God of War was surprised. This kind of action was rare even among the level 5 masters. David did not know that his action of saving Speaker Gould had attracted the attention of the God of War. Luckily, he had been very careful. He had only used the indestructible life force to repair his brain. He did not let the indestructible life force affect the rest of his body, especially the surface of his body. Otherwise, the presence of the indestructible life force would have been noticed by the God of War. Of course, the biggest reason why he could hide from the God of War was that the God of War did not use his other senses. He only used observation. The battle in space was still going on. The Zerg wave was still surging. The war was in a stalemate again. The Zerg used a large number of deaths in exchange for a chance to occasionally injure a level 4 Sky Knight. Whether the level 4 Sky Knight was heavily injured or dead, the Knight battle formation would lose the support of a Knight. The power of the battle formation would also be weakened. In fact, the night battle formation had been weakened by at least 30% from its peak state, and this was the result of replenishing the energy avatars. Speaker Gould returned to the battlefield. This time, he stood beside David's other level 5 Temple Knight and took over the command from Lord Ludovic. From the performance of the level 5 Temple Knight, Speaker Gould knew that Lord Arthur must have given detailed instructions to protect him before the level 5 Knight came to participate in the mission. He could not stop this operation, but he also could not trouble the level 5 Temple Knight, so he moved to the side of the level 5 Knight to make it easier for them to take care of each other. On the battlefield, it was most important to have trustworthy comrades. David's level 5 Knight had used their actions to make Speaker Gould view them as his most trusted comrades. Speaker Gould, my energy avatar can no longer fight. A Temple Knight reported from a night battle formation. If the energy clones hadn't been affected by the level 5 high-frequency sonic wave, they would have been able to last a little longer. However, after the high-frequency sonic wave attack and the constant consumption of energy, the weaker energy clones were finally unable to hold on any longer. The power of the 5th rank bloodline in the body of the energy clone couldn't fall below the warning line, because in case the energy clone collapsed, not only would the energy clone disappear, but the soul of the 5th rank Temple Knight would also be damaged, and his fighting strength would drop greatly. In this kind of intense battle, once the fighting power of the level 5 Temple Knight was greatly reduced, it would give the insectoids an opportunity to take advantage of. The level 5 insectoids in front of the portal gate would probably not mind killing a level 5 Temple Knight. Withdraw all energy avatars when they reach the limit, Speaker Gould ordered in a deep voice. First, the Temple Knight withdrew his energy avatar. After that, every few minutes, another Temple Knight would withdraw his energy avatar. Speaker Gould felt very helpless. He glanced at the small war shrines behind him. There was a portal there. The shrines had not sent more level 5 priests. Otherwise, with the strength of a level 5 priest, they could have used more powerful divine spells. From the beginning of the battle until now, the support provided by the war shrines seemed to be not weak, but in fact, it was far from the true strength of the war shrines. The war shrines did not even use their divine weapons, nor did they ask for the help of the gods. They were completely relying on the fighting power of the night. Speaker Gould thought about Bishop McKinley's words. Did they really have to let all the level 4 Sky Knight die before the shrines decided to continue the battle or retreat? What he did not know was that the shrines of the war shrines did not know the thoughts of the god of war. They could only carry out the will of the god of war and fight a war of flesh and blood in front of the portal gate. The number of level 4 Sky Knight deaths shocked the war shrines. These level 4 Sky Knights were not simple. They were all elites among the level 4 Sky Knights. Perhaps in the next few decades, there would be a lot of level 5 Knight shrines emerging among them. But these level 4 Sky Knight elites of the great world of God were consumed in hand-to-hand combat with the Zerg. Even the shrines felt that it was a pity. David, who was far away on the Guardian planet, suddenly had a thought. His mind switched back to the soul of the Harlow Shrine Knight. Harlow Shrine Knight, Bishop McKinley invites you. A shrine entered the treatment room and bowed to the Knight of Harlow Shrine. In the eyes of this shrine, David saw envy, which puzzled him. Although the Knight of Harlow Shrine was heavily injured from his bones to his skin, as a level 5 Knight, he was not immobile. The small war shrines had gravity, which made all the people on the small war shrines feel the same as on the ground. David controlled the body of the Knight of Harlow Shrine to float, and followed the shrine towards the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, David felt the fluctuations from the statue of the god of war in the center of the hall. The fluctuations swept towards the body of the Knight of Harlow Shrine. David had been in contact with the gods, so his perception of the gods was much stronger than that of ordinary knights. He immediately understood that the god of war was paying attention to the Knight of Harlow Shrine. But he didn't understand why the Knight of Harlow Shrine had always been an ordinary level 5 Knight. How could he have received special attention from the god of war? If it were any other knight of Harlow's shrine, they would be extremely excited to know that the god of war was paying attention to them. This was because most knights believed in the god of war, which was related to the priesthood of the god of war. David was not worried about the soul being exposed. He had gotten the answer from the black dragon Alexis. Even the gods who had studied the soul could not discover the secrets of the soul just by scanning, especially the soul that had formed a level 5 soul origin. It was even more difficult to investigate deeply. However, David still used a talent from his body, which he had always thought he would never use. In the soul space of the Knight of Harlow's shrine, the projection of the fanaticism pattern appeared. The expression of the Knight of Harlow's shrine changed slightly, as if he was forcibly suppressing his excitement. At this time, the fluctuations from the statue swept over his body. Chapter 9:53. What a perfect night! The god of war scanned the Knight of Harlow's sanctum through the statue. Although the Knight of Harlow's sanctum suppressed the fanatical faith, it could not escape the god of war's detection. In the eyes of the god of war, this was a true knight, with fanatical faith and the spirit of sacrificing for his companions. Was there a more perfect knight than this? The special talent of fanatical faith had perfectly deceived the god of war. Of course, this was not something that was hard to imagine. The original owner of the talent ability, Zealous Faith, Bishop Cameron, had used this talent ability to deceive the god of shadows, who was known for his cunning in strange ways when he was still weak. The god of war probably never thought that a knight would use a special talent to deceive him. All the knights in the great world of God existed for the 5 gods. No matter how deep the faith was, a knight had faith. The fanaticism shown by the Knight of Harlow's sanctum was normal in the eyes of the god of war. However, it was not easy to maintain such fanaticism after reaching level 5 of the Knight of Harlow's sanctum. The stronger one was, the weaker one's faith was. This was not just a saying. As one's strength increased, one's understanding of power also increased. The more one understood power, the less one feared the gods. Some of the Knight of Harlow's sanctum would even complain that the gods did not give them a way to level up. This was also the reason why Chairman Gould risked his life to slay the gods. After reaching level 5, one's fear of the gods would weaken, and so would their faith. The Knight of Harlow's sanctum gained the favor of the god of war through the talent of fanatical faith. David did not know this. He only felt that the wave from the statue of the god of war had disappeared, which made him feel relieved. According to his own beliefs, whether it was in his previous life or when he was growing up in the Interstellar Federation, there was no such thing as faith. After arriving at the great world of God, due to his noble status, no one forced him to believe in a god. The soul of the Harlow's sanctum knight was David's soul doppelganger. Naturally, he had no faith. It was hard for him to imagine the consequences of being discovered by the god of war. Knight of Harlow's sanctum, it's my lord's will to invite you here. Bishop McKinley smiled and waved at the Knight of Harlow's sanctum. David controlled the Harlow's sanctum knight to fly to the position designated by Bishop McKinley, which was directly opposite the statue of the god of war. Bishop McKinley, may I know why you call me here? David asked, puzzled. Please don't speak. Feel the greatness of God. Bishop McKinley reminded him softly. David controlled the Harlow's sanctum knight to remain silent. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. Sure enough, from the statue of the god of war, a pure white light shot towards the Knight of Harlow's sanctum. David resisted the urge to control the Knight of Harlow's sanctum to dodge. He tried his best to maintain the status of zealous faith. David did not feel any danger. Instead, he felt the warmth of the pure white light. The pure white light enveloped the Knight of Harlow's sanctum. David felt a slight tingling sensation coming from his bones and flesh. Soon, the tingling sensation disappeared. The level 5 Knight of Harlow's sanctum had great control over every part of his body. David now realized that the injuries on his bones and body were completely healed in a short period of time. He was sure that this was not the effect of any healing potion, nor was it the effect of undying life force. It was a special energy that forcibly removed the injuries. If it was healing, there would be fluctuations of life energy. However, David felt a vast, unknown energy in the pure white light. The pure white light receded. David found that not only were the injuries of the night of Harlow's sanctum completely healed, but the power of the black dragon blood in his body was also several times purer. This made the strength of the night of Harlow's sanctum increase by at least a third. What surprised David even more was that in the heart of the night of Harlow's sanctum, a new energy clone had been created. Only the soul of the night of Harlow's sanctum was left. It must be known that the energy clone of the night of Harlow's sanctum had already been destroyed. In addition, most of the blood power produced by the night of Harlow's sanctum had been provided to David's main body. As a result, the amount of level 5 blood power in the heart of the night of Harlow's sanctum was far less than the amount needed to create a new energy clone. David originally planned to let the 5 level 5 knights of Harlow's sanctum practice in the training space for a period of time. The other 8 level 5 knights of Harlow's sanctum would consume part of their level 5 blood power and transfer to the bodies of the 5 level 5 knights of Harlow's sanctum through the blood power purification, talent ability to accelerate the creation of energy clones. He didn't expect that the Knight of Harlow's sanctum would no longer need these steps. As long as David used his soul energy to help him split his soul, he could directly use the energy clone again. Congratulations, Knight of Harlow's sanctum. You have received the grace of our Lord. In the future, you must be firm in your faith and become the most loyal knight of our Lord. Bishop McKinley said to the Knight of Harlow's sanctum with a smile. It was not until now that David understood that this was God's grace. No wonder the strength of the Knight of Harlow's sanctum of Annabella had improved so quickly. It was so easy for the knights of the shrines to improve their strength. How could he know that it was not easy to receive God's grace? Originally, the Knight of Harlow's sanctum had been noticed by the god of war. He had shown bravery and fearlessness, risking his life to save his companions. The grace he received was at most to heal his injuries. Many of the actions of the gods were regulated. For example, when a divine grace appeared, as long as a god paid attention to someone's behavior and appreciated it, the god's automatic processing mechanism would inform the temple to prepare for that person to receive the divine grace. During this process, the gods might only pay a little attention, or they might not even pay attention, and the whole process of receiving God's grace would be completed automatically. But today was a little special. The Knight of Harlow's sanctum's fanatical belief had attracted the attention of the god of war. He had discovered the uniqueness of the Knight of Harlow's sanctum. A fanatical believer with a brave and fearless spirit was a role model for knights. Naturally, he would receive more God's grace. The Knight of Harlow's sanctum knelt on one knee in front of the statue of the god of war and performed the most solemn knight salute. Thank you, great god of war. When the Knight of Harlow's sanctum left the small shrines, Bishop McKinley, who was sending him off, was full of emotion. The Knight of Harlow's sanctum had received the favor of the god of war. No matter what happened in this war, the Knight of Harlow's sanctum would receive a title and a corresponding title. Of course, this would only be bestowed after the war. Now that the war was still going on, it was not suitable to give out rewards. Knight of Harlow's sanctum, you've recovered. Speaker Gould exclaimed after seeing the Knight of Harlow's sanctum rejoin the battlefield. Not only Speaker Gould, but all the knights present had seen the process of the Knight of Harlow's sanctum being injured. They knew very well how serious the Knight of Harlow's sanctum had been at that time. In their opinion, there was only one possibility for such an injury to recover in such a short time. The god of war had performed God's grace. Otherwise, the Knight of Harlow's sanctum would not have been able to recover so quickly. Thank you, great god of war. The Knight of Harlow's sanctum did not know whether the god of war was still paying attention. He still maintained his fanatical belief, which made him unconsciously show a pious attitude when he said this sentence. With the confirmation of the Knight of Harlow's sanctum, all the knights of Harlow's sanctum looked relieved. All the previous worries no longer existed. The belief of countless generations was that as long as God was there, all the problems would be solved. Originally, the god of war had always been there. As long as the god of war participated in the war, they did not have to worry about anything at all. The increase in morale showed on the battlefield. In a short time, the Knight of Harlow's Sanctum actually pushed the insect tide out a few meters. Don't underestimate these few meters. This was the first successful counterattack of the Knight of Harlow's Sanctum in a long time. Just as the Knight of Harlow's Sanctum's fighting spirit was at its peak, the space giant beetle's space energy surged, and a huge space blade appeared behind the circular Knight battle formation. The space blade was not attacked by the insect tide, and it cut the Knight battle formation. The space giant beetle's attack was extremely sudden. Its attack did not need to consider the issue of distance at all. It was far away from the portal, and it did not need to move to cover the entire Knight battle formation within its attack range. The space blade collided with the blood power shield of the Knight battle formation, and a large amount of blood power was consumed to resist the space blade. It should be noted that most of the blood power of the Knight battle formation was not left behind, but concentrated in the front where the insect tide was in contact with. Through the blood power shield, most of the insect tide's attack was blocked. The huge space blade was blocked by the blood power shield, and then the second huge space blade appeared, followed by the third and fourth. The Knight battle formation immediately adjusted. The blood power in the shield was consumed too quickly, and the Knight quickly replenished it. Finally, the shield of the Knight battle formation was stabilized. However, the advantage that they had gained before was also due to the instability of the blood power shield, and the Knight battle formation was pushed back a few meters. The Knight's morale, which had just risen, dissipated under the attack of the space giant beetle. Prepare to charge. Bishop McKinley's voice entered the ears of every knight. This meant that the battle style had changed. They were no longer just defending and not taking the initiative to attack. Without the existence of the small war shrines, the knight would not fight like this. According to the knight's fighting style, they would have charged at the Zerg in front of them, even if they were completely surrounded by the Zergs. Although the small war shrines gave the knight enough support, they also limited the knight's actions. When facing the Zergs, the knight had lost their best fighting style. The knight who charged was the real knight. All the knight's hearts were filled with anger. They wanted to attack, and they did not want to fight like this. At this moment, hearing Bishop McKinley's words, the knight let out a loud roar, and their momentum suddenly rose. Bishop McKinley cast a divine spell, and the light of the divine spell connected the Knight battle formation with the shrines. The Knight battle formation was originally created by the knight, and the shrines merged themselves with the Knight battle formation through divine spells. Charge! Speaker Gould did not want to continue like this, and he shouted. With a shout, all the level 5 knight in front of him burst out, and a huge blood power sword swept out, forcibly cutting a path in the Zerg tide. The Knight battle formation activated the Knight charge and used the cut path to start accelerating. For the Knight charge to be truly powerful, it needed a distance to sprint. So, the level 5 knight in front of them increased the consumption of energy to launch a powerful attack. The circular Knight battle formation was not a good battle formation for charging, but in order to protect the small battle shrines, the Knight battle formation could only maintain the circular Knight battle formation. When the circular Knight battle formation began to charge, the shrines merged with the Knight battle formation controlled the small battle shrines to move together with the Knight battle formation. After a short 10 meters of acceleration, the Knight battle formation was formed. The blood power formed a huge blade outside the circular Knight battle formation that enveloped the entire Knight battle formation. This huge blood power blade plowed through the Zerg tide, and the Zerg tide was instantly cut open. The Knight battle formation charged towards the portal. Just as the Knight battle formation was charging, the level 5 Zergs could no longer ignore the Knight battle formation. The space giant beetle activated hundreds of dimensional traps and densely arranged them in front of the Knight battle formation. The Zergs could not activate the dimensional traps but as long as the knights stepped on them, they would activate the dimensional teleportation. Remove the traps. The shrines reacted in time and quickly cast a divine spell. In front of the huge blade of the night battle formation, a wave of energy was faster than the night battle formation. It swept through the dimensional traps activated by the space giant beetle, and the dimensional traps exploded one after another. David felt a little strange. If the night battle formation had not been exhausted for a long time, and there were still a lot of level 4 knights, the effect might have been better if they had used the night charge when the number of level 4 sky knights in the battle formation was still high. Now that he was using the knight's charge, David did not think that the knight's battle formation would be able to protect the small war temple from getting too close to the spatial door. The 20 level 5 Zergs in front of the portal no longer just watched the battle without participating. The level 5 Zergs with long-range attack abilities used their most powerful level 5 long-range attack to attack the night battle formation. A dozen or so attacks landed on the huge blade of the night battle formation. Fire, frost, poison, dimensional energy, sound waves, and so on. Red, white, green, and so on. All kinds of energy bloomed like flowers of different colors when they collided with the huge blade. In the middle of the Zerg tide, a group of exploding black venom ants was released from the internal space of the sonic steel beetle. This group of over 1,000 exploding black venom ants was cut down by the sharp blade of the night battle formation. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the bloodline power blade of the night battle formation. The energy chaos caused by the exploding black venom ants and the level 5 Zerg's long-range attacks made the night battle formation unable to hold on any longer. The blade turned into specks of light and dissipated, and the night battle formation stopped charging. Chapter 9:54. Since the night formation had activated the knight's charge, the level of the battle had increased exponentially. Originally, the level 5 insectoids were only observing and occasionally making a move, but now they were attacking with all their might. The result was that the knight's charge was forcibly stopped, and the night formation was pushed forward by 800 meters. Defend, defend, Chairman Gould ordered loudly. He continuously channeled his blood power into the night formation to replenish the rapid depletion of the night formation's blood power. The level 5 night formation was the same. The long-term defense had depleted too much of their blood power, and this round of depletion made them feel exhausted. Even the divine spells cast by the priests on the small battle shrines could not help them recover. In other words, the level 5 night formation had reached their limit. Bishop McKinley, we can't hold on any longer. Chairman Gould was in the night formation, so he could feel the situation of the night formation. He contacted Bishop McKinley through the communication circle. Chairman Gould, hold on for another 5 minutes. My lord wants to make a move. Bishop McKinley replied softly. Chairman Gould was overjoyed. Finally, the god of war made a move, but then he was worried. If the god of war made a move, would the insectoids have a god-level counterattack? Would the knights survive in a god-level battlefield? In less than 5 minutes, just as the night formation could not hold on any longer and many level 4 sky knights were severely injured, a golden light suddenly rose from the small battle shrines. My lord, may your kingdom come. May your will be on earth as it is in heaven. The priests chanted loudly with fanatical expressions. On the battlefield in space, the battle seemed to have stopped. The insectoid tide, and even the level 5 insectoids in front of the portal could not move. Their ugly faces were frozen at this moment. The night formation in the defensive state only felt the pressure suddenly disappear, and in the night felt a vast aura descending from the void. David felt a familiar holy aura. It was the aura of the god of war, but it was countless times stronger than the one he felt from the statue of the god of war in the temple. Unfortunately, David was not here in his original body, so he could not sense some details as clearly as his original body. After all, his main body had a legend rank soul, and his perception was much, much stronger than this body of a temple knight of the 5th rank. Even so, David felt a strange, yet familiar power in the vast aura of the night body of Harlow's sanctum. The rules of the world. A thought appeared in his mind. David himself had mastered the law of strength and the law of speed. His mastery of the law of strength was a bit deeper than the law of speed. He could mobilize the law of strength within his soul space and unleash attacks that far exceeded his own strength. Of course, the rule he mastered could not be used in the main world. The world rule, triggered by the small war shrines, was obviously the rule of the main world, the great world of God. That was why all the insectoids on the battlefield could not move. This power made David's blood boil, because he also had the ability to control the rules. One day, he would be able to use the same power as the god of war. The golden light gathered above the small war shrines, and a golden giant sword took shape. The god of war might not make a move because of the knight's life, but he could not allow the small war shrines to be blasphemed by the insectoids. If the god of war did not make a move, the knight formation would shrink to the limit in a while, and the small war shrines would be exposed outside the knight formation. Although the small war shrines were small, every component of the small war shrines had been baptized by faith for a long time. It contained all the conditions that a war shrines should have. This made the small war shrines also become the tentacles that the god of war extended to the main world. Every shrines were the nodes of the gods in the world. The gods could rely on the shrines to collect faith, and at the same time, the shrines were the stable channels for the gods to perform miracles. Compared to God's descent, where the gods borrowed the bodies of humans to descend to the main world, the shrines could exert the power of the gods. God's descent required the gods to descend a part of their soul, and the maximum power was limited by the limits of the human body. The upper limit of the shrine's power was the limit of what the shrines could bear. The materials used in any shrines were the most precious materials in the world. After a long time of baptism of faith, the upper limit of the power they could bear was extremely terrifying. Therefore, no matter how arrogant the evil god's followers were, no evil god's followers dared to go near any shrines in the great world of God. Now, the god of war was using the small war shrines to perform God's punishment. The terrifying power swept across the star field, enveloping the portal and all the insectoids around it. It was not that David had not seen the battle of the gods before. The plague, God Gladstone, the incarnation of the Grim Reaper, and the descent of the Annabelle Temple Knight. In just a few years, he had seen more than many strong people in their entire lives. However, the god of war's terrifying God's punishment made the plague, God Gladstone, look like a baby in front of it. As for the incarnation of the Grim Reaper, it was far inferior. The further I stay away from the shrines, the better, David told himself in his heart. He was glad that he made the choice to let his level 5 temple knight join the battle in his place. Although his original body was involved in the war between the insectoid world and the great world of God, he was at the edge of the war, far away from the gods. David could not use any standard to define the power of the gods. He shared his senses with the black dragon Alexis on the Guardian planet. The black dragon Alexis, who was resting, felt the senses from David. It was first stunned, then shocked. What a terrifying God's punishment, the black dragon Alexis mumbled to itself. How strong is this one? David wanted to judge the god of war's strength through the black dragon Alexis. This was a rare opportunity. Perhaps after this, he would not know how long it would be before he had the chance to encounter the god of war's punishment again. Unable to determine, the black dragon Alexis replied in a low voice. It was the first time it had been so helpless. The black dragon Alexis saw David's confusion and continued. This one triggered the god's punishment through temporary shrines. The strength it displayed is the upper limit of temporary shrines. Unless I fight it face to face, it is impossible to determine its true strength. David was speechless. The little bit of pride he had because of his rapid increase in strength was shattered the moment the strongest being in the world attacked. It turned out that there was such a powerful being in this world. The The level 5 insectoids could not even think in the face of such power, let alone fight back. The god of war did not cast the gods' punishment quickly. He needed to show the strength of the gods to deepen the people's worship of the gods. The golden greatsword cut through the void and slashed in the direction of the portal. As soon as the golden greatsword made this move, the insectoids in the direction of the portal and the level 3 insectoids exploded. The battlefield was empty in an instant. There were only level 4 and level 5 insectoids left on the battlefield. The uncountable number of insectoids had shrunk countless times. The golden greatsword slashed down, and some of the level 4 insectoids' skin cracked. As long as the golden greatsword slashed down, all the insectoids on the battlefield would be wiped out. Just when everyone, including David, thought the war was over, an insectoid limb reached into the great world of God from the 20-meter portal. This insectoid limb had a diameter of about 20 meters, almost reaching the limit of the portal. Through the eyes and senses of a knight from Harlow's sanctum, David could not describe his first feeling when he saw this insectoid limb. This feeling was too special. This insectoid limb seemed to be a natural anomaly and did not fit in with the world. When this insectoid limb moved in, waves of rules appeared on the limb, as if trying to stop it from moving. The movement of the insectoid limb was not affected by these waves of rules at all. As the insectoid limb moved, the waves of rules were forcibly broken. David seemed to hear the sound of glass breaking, but this was space. How could he hear that sound? However, he was extremely confident in his senses. There was no way he could hear it wrong. The appearance of the insectoid limb impacted some of the world's rules. This was the reason why David heard the sound. The insectoid limb met the golden greatsword. The thick insectoid limb and the golden greatsword collided with each other. The moment before the collision, David felt that the bodies of the knight from Harlow's sanctum and his other 4 knights were pulled by some kind of force. His body was involuntarily pulled into the space. When he reappeared, he was already in the main hall of the small war shrines. Along with David's 5 sanctum knights, all the level 5 sanctum knights appeared. No level 4 sky knight was pulled in. This was the choice of the god of war. A level 4 sky knight was not worthy of his divine power to save. If it were not for the fact that the level 5 sanctum knights here were the backbone of the entire great world of God, the god of war would not have absolute confidence in dealing with the insectoid limb that extended out of the world. He would not even bother to save a level 5 sanctum knight. The god of war did not expect the god level of the insectoid world to be so strong. His divine punishment was restricted by the small war shrines and could not reach the power of a full blow. However, the god level of the insectoid world forced his body to pass through the world and bear the suppression of the world. Similarly, he could not use his true combat power. The insectoid limb and the golden greatsword collided. The entire world stopped. After just one breath, a terrifying force was produced at the point of collision. Cracks appeared on the golden greatsword. There was no change on the surface of the insectoid limb. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The golden greatsword suddenly collapsed. The terrifying force produced by the collision also exploded at the same time. On the battlefield, the level 4 insectoid and the level 4 sky knight were directly turned into ashes by the shockwave formed by the terrifying force. Their bodies and souls were destroyed by the terrifying force. Nothing was left. It seemed that the god level of the insectoid world and the god of war had the same thought. The shockwave swept across the level 5 insectoids. A shield that did not match their strength appeared on the level 5 insectoids and blocked the impact of the shockwave. The god of war's battle intent rose. However, he knew very well that he could not fight the god level of the insectoid world to his heart's content with the small war shrines. Without any hesitation, the small war shrines used the internal portal to forcefully open the portal and forcefully teleported the small war shrines from space. The so-called teleportation restriction was not a problem for the gods who ruled the great world of God. The small war shrines disappeared on the other side of the portal. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the planet-level portal of Tula's star. David sensed the teleportation through the Harlow's Sanctum Night. He only had one thought in his mind. The god of war had lost. This was not only his thought, but also the thought of all the Sanctum Knights present. A belief collapsed in their hearts. The invincible god of war had lost. This was a huge blow to their faith. The god of war could ignore the feelings of these level 5 Sanctum Knights, but the priests in the main world could not ignore them. Everyone, the god level of the insectoid world, suddenly appeared. Because these small war shrines could not contain the power of my lord could not destroy the god level of the insectoid world. In order to protect everyone, my lord used his divine power to send everyone back to Tula's star. There are official shrines here, enough for my lord to use his full power. This will be hell for the insectoids. Bishop McKinley announced. The level 5 Sanctum Knights present all had different expressions. Most of the knights believed Bishop McKinley's explanation, but there were also some knights who had doubts. Among the level 4 Sky Knights, many were friends of the Sanctum Knights. They were even close relatives. When danger came, the god of war abandoned them. No one believed that the god of war did not have the power to send all the knights back. Compared to the power needed to fight, the power needed to save a knight was much smaller. The Sanctum Knights looked at each other. 2,000 level 4 Sky Knights had fallen in this war. Most of the level 4 Sky Knights did not die at the hands of the insectoids, but were abandoned by the gods they believed in. This kind of hurt took root in the hearts of some of the Sanctum Knights. Coupled with the various grievances that had accumulated over the years, their faith was shaken. David did not dare to say anything. He did not know if the god of war was still paying attention to this place. He could only let the Sanctum Knights of Harlow maintain their fanatical faith status. Even if he despised the god of war's disregard, he did not show it on his face. All right, everyone, although the recruitment battle has ended, the war with the insectoids still needs you. Please rest and wait for the shrine's orders. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. His words broke the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. The Sanctum Knights bowed to him and left the hall. Chapter 955. P.S. There was an error in the automatic chapter release. Add this chapter. Harlow's Sanctum Knight. Are you going to return to Gammy or stay? Chairman Gould asked the Knight of Harlow's Sanctum with special concern. As subordinates of Lord Arthur, the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights had done their best in the previous battle. Now that their energy avatars have been destroyed, their souls were more or less damaged. Under such circumstances, no one could force them to stay. Most importantly, Lord Arthur was now guarding the border of the great world of God on the Guardian planet. His contribution to the war far exceeded the obligations of a top noble. Chairman Gould, we will stay and obey your orders. The Knight of Harlow's Sanctum replied with a bow. The 4 level 5 Sanctum Knights beside him bowed in unison. Chairman Gould looked at the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights with a touched expression. The meaning of the Harlow's Sanctum Knight was clear. They wanted to stay and protect him. From the previous performance of the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights, Chairman Gould already knew what orders the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights had received. But Chairman Gould did not expect to see 8 level 5 Sanctum Knights waiting for him when he left the small war shrines with the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights. These 8 are subordinates of Lord Arthur. They are here to obey your orders. The Knight of Harlow's Sanctum introduced. Chairman Gould knew from the intelligence that Lord Arthur had left 8 level 5 Sanctum Knights on Tula, but he did not expect that Lord Arthur would also leave these 8 level 5 Sanctum Knights to obey his orders. With the protection of the 13 level 5 Sanctum Knights, Chairman Gould's safety could be guaranteed as long as he did not intervene in the God-level battle. It was naturally David's arrangement to let the 13 level 5 Sanctum Knights protect Chairman Gould. Since this war was a battle between the Zur God level and the God of War, it was upgraded to a God level battle. As the leader of the Supreme Council, Chairman Gould had to stay on the front line, which also made his safety threatened by the promotion. David could not come forward to help Chairman Gould, so he could only arrange for the 13 Sanctum Knights. How can there be such a strong body? The black dragon Alexis, who was sitting on David's shoulder, exclaimed after seeing the limb. Could it be that the god-level bug tribe's body is even stronger than the body of a colossal dragon? David asked curiously. David recalled the shock in his heart when he saw the limb. The horror of going against the entire world and crushing the world laws made his hair stand on end. It's not the same. That insectoid's god-tier body has the characteristics of a god-tier body, and it also has traces of an innate god-tier life form. I've never seen such a tyrannical body other than the great elder of the dragon race. Black Dragon Alexis explained. David did not know how strong the great elder of the WYRMS was, but judging from the look of admiration on the Black Dragon Alexis' face, when he mentioned the great elder, he knew that the great elder of the WYRMS must be far stronger than the Black Dragon Alexis. God-level bodies were different, too. For example, the WYRMS used their bodies as divine bodies, and those with such divine bodies were naturally strong races and were the darlings of the world. The other type was gods like the god of war. These gods became gods through faith, and their divine bodies were strengthened through faith, completely changing the composition of their bodies into a new and stronger body. The bodies of gods who became gods through faith were usually extremely weak compared to the god-level creatures that were born strong. They could only be strengthened through this method to shorten the gap between their bodies and the god-level creatures' bodies. The world laws were also fair. For example, god-level creatures that were born naturally could not use faith and could only rely on their own abilities to fight. However, the god-level Zerg broke this rule, which was why the Black Dragon Alexis was so surprised. But I heard you say that it is impossible for these two types of divine bodies to appear on the same body at the same time. David said, a little puzzled. Some special circumstances are still possible, just like you. We black dragons are born naturally as god-level creatures, and you have the body of a black dragon through postnatal changes, but you are still human in nature. You can still walk the path of becoming a god through faith. The Black Dragon Alexis looked at David and said excitedly. If he had not seen the god-level Zerg before, the Black Dragon Alexis would never have believed that two types of divine bodies could be in one body, but now, the god-level Zerg gave him a revelation. The Black Dragon Alexis wanted David to become stronger. He was bound to David. With the strength of David's soul now, if David died, he would be an idiot even if he did not die. Therefore, Alexis wanted David to become stronger in consideration of his own life. In addition, the Black Dragon Alexis still wanted revenge. The Grim Reaper had already awakened, and if he wanted to take revenge, he did not have much confidence in relying on his own strength. However, if David also became a god-level creature and was as strong as the god-level Zerg, then the Grim Reaper would not be a problem at all. But the method of becoming a god through faith has never been passed down in the great world of God. David also understood the Black Dragon Alexis's idea and said helplessly, the method of becoming a god through faith had been cleaned up by the shrines for tens of thousands of years and had long been submerged in the long river of history. Perhaps the evil gods still had the inheritance, but only the Grim Reaper had awakened. It was completely unrealistic to obtain the inheritance of becoming a god through the Grim Reaper. In fact, the evil gods would not pass down the inheritance of becoming a god through faith, because that would divide their originally small amount of faith. This was something that they would absolutely not allow. As for the 5 shrines, this was even more so. The great world of God was the place of faith for the 5 shrines. From the fact that the 5 shrines had blocked the advancement method to the legendary stage, it could be seen that the 5 shrines had control over the path to becoming a god. Originally, the growth path that the Black Dragon Alexis had set for David was to cultivate the Black Dragon's hibernation and let David grow step by step until he became a humanoid Black Dragon. Of course, the end result of this path was that even if David became an adult Black Dragon, there was still a gap between him and a real adult Black Dragon. This was mainly reflected in the body. No matter how much David's body was strengthened, it could not be compared to the body of a natural God-level life form. This was the fundamental difference in foundation. Now, there was a chance to make up for this shortcoming. Through the method of becoming a god through faith, he could strengthen his body through faith and achieve a powerful body similar to that of a real adult black dragon. Moreover, through the method of becoming a god through faith, David could obtain more combat skills. I can't help you with the cultivation method of becoming a god through faith. You'll have to find a way yourself. The black dragon Alexis said helplessly. This kind of core inheritance was not so easy to obtain. David was still in the legendary stage and had time to find a way to obtain the inheritance of becoming a god through faith. It was still too early to discuss this matter. Activate the anti-interference mode. Fleet, prepare to receive energy collision. David, who was in the middle of a discussion with the black dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract, heard Admiral Francis's order. David had been in the command room all this time, making it convenient for him to coordinate the logistics between the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. "What's going on?" he asked Admiral Francis. "The furthest recon devices have received signals from an unknown energy, and then they lost contact one after another. According to the analysis, they were hit by an unknown energy attack, and this unknown energy is now heading our way," Admiral Francis explained to David. David nodded. After such a long period of preparation, the Interstellar Federation's military had already launched recon devices close to the spatial gate. This sort of military recon device could transmit data level by level to the command center as quickly as possible. This was also the military's advantage in understanding the movements of the insectoids from afar. Unknown energy. David's heart skipped a beat. Judging the time difference, wasn't the time after the battle between the two god ranks receiving the unknown energy attack? He thought back to the shocking collision between the god of war and the insectoid god rank. Even the body of a Class 4 insectoid and a Class 4 Sky Knight were instantly reduced to ashes. It should be known that whether it was a Class 4 Sky Knight or a Class 4 insectoid, they all had Class 4 materials on them. A Class 4 Sky Knight's armor and weapons were all made from Class 4 materials, and the Class 4 insectoid's teeth and claws were the source of Class 4 materials. However, under that kind of impact, they were all reduced to nothing. In space, David had never thought about what kind of impact such a shockwave would have if it kept spreading outwards. Just as David was guessing, the shockwave arrived. The light screen in the command room flickered a few times, but it was not too affected. "Damage report," Admiral Francis shouted after the shockwave had passed. 20% of the battleships of the 1st Brigade are damaged. Repairs are in progress. 18% of the battleships of the 2nd Brigade are damaged. Repairs are in progress. Voices sounded in the command room one after another, making Admiral Francis' face turn ugly. "Order the reconnaissance ship to depart immediately. We must find the cause and send the data of the shockwave back to the Federal High Command," Admiral Francis ordered in a deep voice. "Admiral Francis, I think I might know what happened," David said on the side. "Lord Arthur, do you know the origin of the unknown energy?" Admiral Francis asked urgently. Of course, Admiral Francis was anxious. The real battle had not even begun, and such damage had already occurred. Although the damage was not serious, this was only one shockwave. If this shockwave came several times in a row, his entire fleet would be finished. This kind of shockwave was so harmful to the Interstellar Federation's fleet. Therefore, finding the source and finding a solution was the key. Admiral Francis did not want his fleet to be destroyed by this kind of shockwave when the battle started. Just now, there was a battle between two god-level entities. This unknown energy should be the shockwave caused by the battle between two god-level entities, David explained. He did not mention the source of the information. Admiral Francis also knew that the great world of God had long-distance communication methods, but he did not expect to see it with his own eyes. God-level entities participated in the battle? Admiral Francis' face changed. If God-level entities participated in the battle, then their arrangements here would become empty talk. The military's response would also need to change. It should be known that in the history of the Interstellar Federation, the record of defeating gods had all happened within the Interstellar Federation. The losses caused were immeasurable. After gods entered the Interstellar Federation world, they were suppressed by the rules of the world. Their strength was greatly reduced, which gave the Interstellar Federation a chance. In the great world of God, the military did not have the confidence to defeat gods. Not to mention, the superweapon that could defeat gods was not shipped to the great world of God, and it was impossible to ship it to the great world of God. That was the most important weapon of the country, and it was the safety barrier of the Interstellar Federation. The God-level entities only fought for a short time. The God-level insectoids retreated. No God-level entities will attack us. David did not mention the failure of the God of War. He only explained, "That's good." Admiral Francis did not doubt David's words. David did not need to lie about this kind of thing. Admiral Francis only sighed in his heart about the power of the God-level entities. Just the fight in space had caused his fleet to suffer a lot of losses. If the gods really attacked, his fleet would not even be able to defend. At the portal, the thick limb gently tapped a level 5 insectoid. The level 5 insectoid's body suddenly trembled. Then, the level 5 insectoid's shell exploded. Strangely, the level 5 insectoid did not feel any pain. Instead, it was extremely excited. It was as if it was a great honor to be chosen. A strange pattern appeared on the level 5 insectoid's broken body. The golden pattern on the insectoid's body that had lost its shell was particularly dazzling under the contrast of the green insectoid blood. After the thick leg was done, it slowly retreated from the spatial gate. As a god level, this god level insectoid forcefully entered another world. It was greatly suppressed by the rules of the world. Relying on its strong god level body, it resisted the suppression and defeated the god of war. Then it did what it did just now. All of this drained it greatly. It had to return to the insectoid world to recover. As the thick limb disappeared from the portal, countless insectoids swarmed in. As soon as these low-level insectoids exited the portal, they were attracted by the golden pattern on the level 5 insectoid's body. They could not help but rush towards the golden pattern. Every insectoid that got close to the golden pattern would collapse. Its flesh and blood would be absorbed by the golden pattern and transformed into new flesh and blood. After the golden pattern transformed all the flesh and blood of a level 3 insectoid, the level 5 insectoid's body would only have tiny pieces of flesh and blood. However, there were too many low-level insectoids. Millions of insectoids swarmed out, causing the golden pattern to transform more and more flesh and blood. The level 5 insectoid's body continued to grow. The golden pattern did not just transform flesh and blood. The insectoid's soul, which ordinary people could not see, was also transformed into a part of the level 5 insectoid soul. The level 5 insectoid's aura grew stronger as more and more of the low-level insectoids died. Soon, it reached the level 5 insectoid's critical point. Without any obstacles, the level 5 insectoid's aura suddenly increased. Its exclusive legendary aura was released. At the same time, the insectoid's body grew to a height of 100 meters. Chapter 956. The god-level insectoid had used this special method to forcibly push a level 5 insectoid to the legendary rank. The price he had to pay was definitely not the countless insectoids in front of him. Any promotion that broke through the shackles of level 5 was not an ordinary promotion. It was an important transition in life, raising one's life to a higher level. This was especially true for the insectoids. A level 5 insectoid strength was far superior to a level 5 temple knight. Once a level 5 insectoid broke through to the legendary rank, it would be an invincible existence in the great world of God, where there were no legendary ranks. As long as the gods did not intervene, The legendary insectoids could sweep the entire world. This legendary insectoid was different from David's legendary rank. The legendary insectoid was a true legend, while David's soul had only evolved to the legendary rank. There was still a gap between the overall strength of the legendary rank and the true legendary rank. The most terrifying thing was that this level 5 insectoid was promoted in the great world of God. The promotion conformed to the rules of the great world of God and was recognized by the rules of the world. This was also why the God-level insectoid had manipulated the level 5 insectoid's promotion in the great world of God. It was to allow this legendary insectoid to be recognized by the rules of the great world of God. In this case, the strength of the legendary insectoid would not be suppressed by the rules of the world and would be able to display its full strength. In order to achieve this condition, in order to have a stable promotion opportunity at the entrance of the portal, the insectoid had defeated the counterattack of the great world of God and defeated the god of war. Only then did it begin to promote to the legendary rank. The 100-meter height of the legendary insectoid might not be very tall in space, but for the insectoids who judged their strength based on their size, a 100-meter height was definitely a terrifying existence. The aura of the legendary insectoid stabilized. It opened its mouth and roared towards the depths of space. The level 5 insectoids near the portal crouched down. Compared to the size of the portal, this legendary insectoid was no longer able to return to the insectoid world through the portal. From now on, the legendary insectoid would either win the war or die in the great world of God. It had no other choice. The insectoids continued to pour out of the space door. This time, the insectoids did not sacrifice themselves. In space outside the space door, the insectoids continued to expand. The number of insectoids outside the spatial door quickly exceeded the initial number due to the lack of war, and their numbers continued to increase. These insectoids gathered in space around the portal. No matter where they were, their heads were all facing the legendary insectoids. If the god of war had not left, then he would have discovered the uniqueness of this star field. Countless devout faith poured out of every insectoid's soul and flew into the body of the legendary insectoids. The golden pattern in the body of the legendary rank insectoid was still flickering. This golden pattern did not stop operating because of the insectoid's advancement to the legendary rank. The function of the golden pattern was far from simple. It was a pity that the small shrines of the great world of God had returned and did not let the shrines of the war find out about this. Even the Interstellar Federation surveillance devices were all destroyed due to the battle between the two god ranks, so the federal military did not notice the abnormality here. The insectoids were planning to create a god. They wanted to forcefully create a god in the great world of God, a god recognized by the great world of God. In terms of faith, the believers of all worlds could not be compared to the insectoids. The firm faith of the insectoids made it easy for every insectoid to reach the level of fanaticism. This kind of extremely devout believer was extremely rare for the gods of other worlds, but for the insectoids, devout faith was everywhere. Moreover, as long as it was an order from the insectoid queen, this kind of devout faith could be transferred to any insectoid, allowing the insectoid to obtain a large amount of faith. Of course, this kind of faith of the insectoids was not without flaws. Under the premise of easily obtaining devout faith, the insectoid's intelligence also became the shackles of faith. Only insectoids that had reached level 4 could be considered to have true intelligence, reaching the average intelligence of other intelligent races. Therefore, the devout faith of the insectoids required a large amount of faith to be comparable to the faith of other intelligent races. However, this flaw was not considered a big flaw in the face of the insectoid's huge numbers. The legendary insectoid felt a new type of energy entering its body. This kind of faith energy could not be sensed by life forms below the legendary level, let alone use it. The legendary insectoid knew that this was its chance, a chance to break away from the ordinary insectoids. Even if it was a level 5 insectoid in the past, it was just an ordinary insectoid to the entire insectoid world. It was even more difficult to advance from the legendary level to the demigod level. It was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. This process would take a long time. The second batch of knights continued to walk out of the planetary level portal. They were assigned according to their strength by the knight in charge of management. Large amounts of resources were also sent over from all over the great world of God. A portion of the nobles that could not be sent over according to their rank could only use the corresponding resources to replace them. Due to the blockage of the Worcester's resource channels, the value of the various resources in the great world of God's sword. Many knights would rather risk their lives on Tula than stay in a safe place. Knights that came to Tula would have the opportunity to obtain military merits, and all the cultivation resources would be provided when they were not in battle. If they stayed behind, it would not be long before the ordinary nobles would not be able to satisfy the cultivation requirements of knights. After the ordinary nobles used up their family's resources, they would not be able to buy new knight resources. It was under these circumstances that more and more knights gathered on Tula. Many knights came of their own accord, and most of them were interested in military merits and resources. Chairman Gould walked on the streets of Tula, and knights constantly bowed to him. It had been 5 days since they had retreated to Tula, and the expected frenzied attack of the insectoids had not appeared. The star fields near Tula were all within the scope of the war zone, so if the insectoids appeared, they would naturally be the first to discover them. Everything was ready, and they were only waiting for the insectoids to arrive. Chairman Gould smiled and returned the greetings. The 13 rank 5 knights followed behind him in an orderly fashion, making him seem even more imposing. The ruins of Tula had been cleaned up. The traces of the battle that had occurred here last time had not completely disappeared, as there had been no time to rebuild the collapsed buildings. However, many tents had been erected in the ruins. Chairman Gould headed for the golden tent at the center of the city. Chairman Gould, you can only enter alone. Outside the golden tent, the rank 4 cleric glanced at the 13 rank 5 knights and said to Chairman Gould with a troubled expression, "I didn't have such a restriction in the past. What's the matter today?" Chairman Gould asked with a frown. It should be known that although the 13 rank 5 knights behind him did not have a title, and they were not even noble knights, their status as knights of the temple was equivalent to the title of count at the very least. Apart from a very small number of places, the existence of a temple knight could not be ignored in the rest of the world, let alone the power of 13 temple knights gathered together. Although this golden tent was a meeting place for the 5 shrines, it wasn't so strict that 13 temple knights of the 5th rank couldn't enter. Chairman Gould had come to the golden tent many times in the past few days, and this was the first time he had been stopped. "Chairman Gould, we will be waiting for you outside." The knight of the Harlow Temple bowed and saluted. He did not want to make things difficult for Chairman Gould. Since the shrines had made such a decision, there must be a reason. Besides, there was no danger in the golden tent, so they did not have to worry about Chairman Gould's safety. Chairman Gould bowed to the knight of the Harlow Temple and the other 12 knights to express his gratitude. These days, due to the firm support of the 13 rank 5 temple knights, his position had been consolidated. Before he was successfully elected as chairman, on the one hand, there were many temple knights around him, and on the other hand, there was the support of Lord Arthur. During the war, when Lord Arthur left the 13 rank 5 temple knights around Chairman Gould, it really showed how strong Chairman Gould's cohesiveness was. Even the top nobles would do their best to carry out Chairman Gould's orders without any delay. This was the deterrence brought by the 13 rank 5 temple knights. Walking into the golden tent, the space inside had been expanded, so it looked more spacious than the outside. The illumination patterns on the walls made the whole space look particularly bright. The golden tent was divided into many areas. After passing through a small passage, Chairman Gould walked into the largest hall in the middle. As soon as he entered the hall, Chairman Gould was shocked. He saw 5 illusory figures floating in the middle of the hall and immediately understood why only he was allowed to enter. Greetings, Archbishop Adele, Archbishop Barney, Archbishop Julian, Archbishop Ambrose, and Archbishop Guy. Chairman Gould bowed to the 5 archbishops one by one. Yes, the 5 archbishops of the 5 shrines were floating in the middle of the hall. Although they were only spiritual avatars, this was still an extremely important matter. Chairman Gould, the shrines thank you for your recent hard work. Your achievements are obvious to all. The only female, Archbishop Adele, said with a smile. I dare not claim credit. It's all because the knights dared to risk their lives. Chairman Gould said with his head slightly lowered. I won't beat around the bush. When the insectoid world sent out God-tier combatants, it meant that they were officially declaring war on us. It's just that I didn't expect the insectoid world to start an all-out war with only that one spatial gate. Archbishop Adele said with a wave of her hand. The shrine's invasion of the insectoid world was actually just a training exercise for the knights of the great world of God. They did not think that the insectoid world would rely on a spatial gate that was only 20 meters wide to start an all-out war. It should be known that the spatial gate of 20 meters limited the speed at which the insectoids could send out troops, which was inconsistent with the insectoid sea tactics. Under normal circumstances, Chairman Gould and more than 100 level 5 knights, 2,000 level 4 sky knights, and small-scale war shrines would be enough to solve the problem of the spatial gate. However, no one expected that the defensive battle of the spatial gate would still fail even with the help of the god of war. From this point on, the shrines had to pay attention to the insectoid war this time. This was also the reason why the 5 archbishops had come at the same time. The 2,000 level 4 sky knight and 5 level 5 knights who sacrificed themselves this time will be given a high-level pension by the shrines. In addition, all the participating knights will receive corresponding rewards. The shrines will not be stingy with titles and territories for those who have made important contributions. Archbishop Adele continued. The morale of the knights today, especially the high-ranking knights, really needs such rewards to stimulate the morale. The shrines are very considerate. Chairman Gould's eyes lit up slightly as he bowed and thanked them. The spatial gate operation had a huge loss and had a great impact on the level 4 and level 5 knight. The 2,000 level 4 sky knight almost involved most of the top nobles and great nobles. Some of the nobles who were affected began to complain about the shrines. There were many knights on Terra. It seemed calm on the surface, but many knights were worried that they would be abandoned like the 2,000 level 4 sky knight. Although the rewards could not completely eliminate the impact of this matter, it could let the participating knights feel the attitude of the shrines. The rewards could also motivate the knights to contribute. Although a war of this level was dangerous, it was the best opportunity to earn merits. As long as the knights saw hope, they would explode with great enthusiasm. Chairman Gould, I have another mission here. The shrines need a powerful knight to go to the spatial gate and use the sealing artifact provided by the shrines to seal the spatial gate. Archbishop Adele continued. The archbishops were very busy. They decided to issue rewards, and the issuing of rewards was handled by their subordinates. Okay, I will inform every level 5 knight of the mission. Chairman Gould narrowed his eyes slightly and bowed with a smile on his face. In fact, he was very clear in his heart that the mission issued by Archbishop Adele was directly assigned to Lord Arthur. If it was really that easy to go to the spatial gate to set up a sealing artifact, the 100-level 5 knights led by Chairman Gould would have done it long ago. More than 100-level 5 knights could not do it. If Lord Arthur were to do it alone, even if it was a risk, the zergs near the spatial gate would be enough to kill Lord Arthur many times over. Hence, Chairman Gould pretended to be ignorant and did things according to the rules. He had already thought about it. When he returned, he would contact Lord Arthur and persuade Lord Arthur not to accept this mission. Then I'll have to trouble you, Chairman Gould. Archbishop Adele looked at Chairman Gould with surprise and said with a smile. Archbishop Adele did have the intention to ask Lord Arthur to help, but Lord Arthur's performance this time was too dazzling. If she forced Lord Arthur to do more, not to mention the nobles, even the shrines would have complaints. She wanted to start with Chairman Gould, but she did not expect Chairman Gould to refuse. Chapter 9:57. Shrines were rewarded very quickly. Because all the knights who participated in the battle were accompanied by knights, every knight's battle record was accurately calculated. Since they didn't know when the insectoids would arrive, a simple yet grand ceremony was held in front of Tula City's planetary portal in the afternoon. It was simple because there were too many people receiving the reward this time, so the time given to each knight to receive the reward was very short. It was grand because there were hundreds of thousands of knights gathered on Tula. It could be said that it was a great honor to give out the reward on such an occasion. Ordinary knights didn't have the right to get close to the award ceremony, but a dozen priests worked together to cast a divine spell to project the award ceremony on the ground into the air. Any knight who was near Tula City could watch the ceremony through the projection. 10,000 years ago, 5 great gods defeated the brutal evil gods and brought peace and tranquility to this world. Since then, this world has been unified by the name of Great World of God. For 10,000 years, evil beings have been trying to destroy the world's peace and bring the Great World of God back to that chaotic era. The portal in the chaotic star field was the work of the evil gods, who tried to use this method to destroy our world. The evil gods' actions will fail, just like their countless attempts over the past 10,000 years. This is because this world has you, the knight who protects this world. The brave knight has defeated the evil gods time and time again, destroying their plans time and time again. In the Battle of the Portal, the knight once again displayed a fearless spirit of sacrifice. They bought enough time for the guardian planets and Tula to defend. Here, I represent the shrines to award the knight who participated in this battle, as well as the battle between Tula and the guardian planets, for their contributions. Bishop McKinley stood on the podium and said in a deep voice. When he spoke, he used a divine spell to amplify his voice. Of course, when his voice was amplified, the divine spell also had a bewitching effect. Hundreds of thousands of knights blushed when they heard Bishop McKinley's speech. Their eyes were glued to the podium. Of course, there were a lot of clear-headed knights among these knights. A part of them were 4th-rank Sky Knights, and all the 5th-rank Temple Knights were very calm. Some things had already happened and couldn't be changed by 1 or 2 beautiful words. Among all the knights, there is one such knight. He helped the shrines protect Tula and flew alone across the chaotic star field to reclaim the guardian planets. He also went to the Interstellar Federation to bring back reinforcements from the Federation fleet. This knight was. When Bishop McKinley said this, all the knights around him, including knights who were further away, called out that name. The names that the knights called out were different, but they all represented the same person. Lord Arthur. Invincible Knight. There were even more people calling out First Knight and Invincible Knight than Lord Arthur. Bishop McKinley was a little surprised. It seemed that Lord Arthur's reputation was more prominent than he had imagined. He was very familiar with Lord Arthur. In 2 years, Lord Arthur had been crazily sought after by the knights. This phenomenon was very rare in the history of the great world of God. It is Lord Arthur. Although Lord Arthur didn't participate in the Battle of the Portal, his contributions can't be replaced by anyone. The shrines have bestowed upon him the title of Invincible Knight. Bishop McKinley said loudly with a smile. Boom! The sound of discussion seemed to have exploded, resounding throughout the main city of Tula. Lord Arthur had made such a great contribution, but he was only given the title of Invincible Knight. But to every person in the great world of God, having a title recognized by the shrines was more precious than a title of nobility or the status of a senator. In the 10,000 years of history of the great world of God, there were no more than 20 knights with titles. On average, there would only be one every few hundred years. In fact, it couldn't be calculated like this, because most of the titled knights appeared in the early days of the great world of God. The number of titled knights later on was pitifully small. The shrines had given Lord Arthur the title of Invincible Knight. This was obviously recognition of his identity and strength as the strongest knight. The title of Invincible Knight was given by the 5 shrines after a discussion. The 5 archbishops were personally involved in this matter. It couldn't be helped. Lord Arthur's contributions were simply too great. Although he had been rewarded for his previous contributions, those rewards were still inconsistent with his contributions. The shrines remembered this very clearly. Lord Arthur was too young. The shrine's original plan was to continuously reward Lord Arthur appropriately in the future, but this time they really couldn't suppress it anymore. In order to set an example, the shrines had to give the best reward to the greatest contributor. Lord Arthur's current status had reached the limit of nobility, and even his strength had been recognized as the strongest knight of the great world of God. The territory of 2 planets had already made it difficult for Lord Arthur's weak forces to manage, so the reward for Lord Arthur was to consider the title of knight. Of course, Lord Arthur's contributions were definitely not limited to these. For example, 8 5th-level knights participated in the defense of Tula. 5 5th-level knights risked the loss of their energy clones to save the entire fleet of starships, and so on. If these contributions were to be calculated according to reality, they would all be credited to Lord Arthur, but the shrines didn't do this. Instead, they prepared to give these contributions to the 5th-level knights. The knight of the Harlow Temple, standing below the podium, was slightly stunned. David's mind was in the soul of the knight of the Harlow Temple. When he heard this unexpected reward, he felt strange. The titled knight was a legend. Every titled knight had a proud record. Their contributions were written in books and publicized through the 5 shrines. The titled knight was also the idol of knights. Knights grew up listening to the stories of the titled knight. However, David was the only exception here. His knight's path started 2 years ago, and then he advanced all the way. He didn't even have time to communicate with other knights before he became a 5th-level knight. The first time he knew about the titled knight was from a book. Now, his soul had reached the legendary rank first, and his body had been transformed into the body of a black dragon, which had greater potential. He, a knight who wasn't even considered a knight, had become a titled knight. Therefore, David was extremely surprised that he was only given the title of Invincible Knight without any other rewards. Fortunately, he wasn't here, so he didn't show it directly. Lord Arthur is now on the Guardian planet, guarding the border to the Battle planet. President Gould will receive it on his behalf. Bishop McKinley nodded to President Gould. President Gould didn't refuse. His relationship with Lord Arthur had long been tied together. He relied on Lord Arthur's heartwarming lotus seed soup to rope in a knight of the Holy Temple. And in the war, the subordinate knight of Lord Arthur risked his life to protect him. This relationship was obvious to everyone. Bishop McKinley handed a badge with complicated patterns to President Gould, and President Gould bowed to accept it. After the short ceremony, Bishop McKinley's next announcement was very simple. He gave the names and achievements, and then the knight went up on stage. One by one, the knight walked up to the podium to receive the rewards. The most important thing was to enjoy the glory. The 8 level 5 temple knights left behind by David on Tula were all conferred the title of Earl. In terms of status, these 8 level 5 temple knights had officially entered the aristocratic system. This reward was in line with the merits of the 8 level 5 temple knights. In the battle on Tula, the 8 level 5 temple knights fought against the weaker Zerg, so there wasn't much danger. The 8 level 5 temple knights didn't even have any status before, but now they were earls. This reward was quite good. However, the knight present saw another side. Although Lord Arthur's loose family was a top aristocrat, they only had 1 duke title before. From this moment on, the loose family had 8 more earls. In terms of merits, 8 earls wasn't the end. The loose family would have more earls in the future. The problem was that even today's top aristocratic families didn't have many conditions to exchange for so many earls in the family. This was not only because of the merits needed to exchange, but also because of the merits needed to maintain these 8 earls in the future. After that, the other 4 level 5 Temple Knights of David were conferred the title of Marquis due to their merits. And at the same time, they were also given 4 territories on the continent. It was already nighttime, and the light of theurgy shone on the podium. In fact, the knight present had already noticed that the Knight of Harlow Temple didn't go up on stage. They looked at the Knight of Harlow Temple with envious eyes. Everyone knew that in this kind of award ceremony, the first and last place would receive the greatest benefits. Sure enough, Bishop McKinley looked at the Knight of Harlow Temple with a smile on his face. Let's welcome the last Knight of Harlow Temple to be awarded. He is the Knight of Harlow Temple. In the war against the Zerg, he showed the bravery and fearlessness of a knight, and more importantly, the spirit of sacrifice. He is also the first non-shrines knight to receive the grace of our Lord in the past 500 years. Bishop McKinley said loudly with a kind look in his eyes. David couldn't help but feel a little strange when he heard Bishop McKinley's words. He was the first to be praised, and the last one was still praising him. However, the Knight of Harlow Temple was an avatar of a Knight of Harlow Temple, so he was also an independent entity. The Knight of Harlow Temple walked up to the podium and gave a knight's salute to Bishop McKinley. Knight of Harlow Temple, you are the role model of knights. Your reward is a member of the Supreme Council, and your title is promoted to Duke. You need to customize your own coat of arms and choose a designated planet as your territory. Bishop McKinley announced with a smile. This time, not only were all the Knight of Harlow Temple shocked, but even David, who was receiving the reward, was shocked. The reward was so great that it exceeded the merits of the Knight of Harlow Temple. Although he saved the Starship Fleet with the other 4 Knight of Harlow Temple, it was already a very generous reward to be promoted to Marquis and the Lord of a continent. Compared to the other 4 Knight of Harlow Temple, the only thing that the Knight of Harlow Temple had more merits was that he risked his life to save Speaker Gould. Because of this, he received the grace of the God of War. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but his strength also increased greatly. He thought that the grace of the God of War was a reward for his performance on the battlefield, but he didn't expect that the real reward was here. Only a few top nobles with deep backgrounds knew that the Knight of Harlow Temple had been recognized by the God of War. This could only be known from the fact that he was the first Knight of Harlow Temple who was not a shrines to receive the grace of the God of War in 500 years. This recognition was more important than any battle merit. It was not surprising that the shrines would give a reward that exceeded any battle merit because of the recognition of the God of War. Among the rewards, the most important one was the identity of a member of Harlow Temple. As for the promotion of the title to Duke, the Supreme Council would also apply to the shrines because every member of Harlow Temple had the title of Duke. Some knights began to think that the shrines were dividing the Knight of Harlow Temple from Lord Arthur. Now, he should be called Lord Harlow. However, only ordinary knights would think that way. The knight who had really experienced the Battle of the Space Gate would not think so. The Knight of Harlow Temple was willing to sacrifice his life to protect Speaker Gould because of Lord Arthur's orders. That kind of loyalty was not something that could be differentiated by the title of a member of Harlow Temple. Regardless of what the knights present thought, the Knight of Harlow Temple who was standing on the podium was now radiating brilliance. The Knight of Harlow Temple had leaped from an unknown Knight of Harlow Temple to the top nobles of the great world of God. He would also have his own identity as a member of Harlow Temple and become a lord. This was something that only appeared in legends, but it had really happened in front of the knights. Hence, the knights couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotions. Since the Knight of Harlow Temple could do it, they could do it too. Perhaps they would not be as dazzling as the Knight of Harlow Temple, but as long as they had 1/10 of the reward of the Knight of Harlow Temple, it would be enough. The Knight of Harlow Temple bowed and received a stack of documents. He was not even noble before, so all the procedures had to be done again. Knight of Harlow Temple, I hope you will be firm in your faith. My lord is very concerned about you," Bishop McKinley said in a very soft voice as he handed over the documents. When David heard Bishop McKinley's words, there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. He finally knew the biggest reason for this reward. When he controlled the Knight of Harlow Temple to accept the grace of the God of War, he had activated the state of fanaticism, which made the God of War think that he was a fanatical believer. In the eyes of the God of War, a fifth-level Knight of Harlow Temple who had firm faith, good virtues, and dared to sacrifice was the perfect knight. Of course, he would pay special attention to such a person. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.